Dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Let's record. Be the way of the way.
จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
Assalamualaikum, saya Sultan dan saya merupakan pengulas untuk PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh bagi tahun 2022 ini. Untuk minggu yang pertama, kita saksikan dominasi besar dari pasukan Thailand di mana nombor 1 hingga nombor 6 semuanya disambar oleh mereka.
Tak ada masalah. Ini memang chicken dinner untuk mereka. Sekarang ini shooting akan berjaya terapkan Infinity.
Untuk pasukan Malaysia, Yoodo Alliance menjadi pasukan Malaysia terbaik untuk minggu yang pertama dengan berada di tempat yang ke-8, kemudiannya diikuti oleh 4 lagi pasukan Malaysia yang lain untuk minggu yang pertama ini. Itu pun sebenarnya kalau kita lihatkan di dalam overall standing kita, pada mulanya kelihatannya macam satu dominasi yang terlalu besar datang dari FaZe Clan. Tetapi tiba-tiba pada hari yang keempat, pasukan Thailand lain pula yang mula mengejar dan mengejar, disambung pula kepada hari yang kelima, membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner-winner chicken yang di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner-winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuat lah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah supaya dapat bonus poin yang tinggi. So overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good dah lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
Dan walaupun mungkin nanti saya akan berhenti bermain, saya still akan groom player-player muda untuk teruskan bermain. Saya kekalkan bermain PUBG ni sebab saya ingin teruskan, sebab saya minat dengan PUBG Mobile ni. Dan walaupun mungkin nanti saya akan berhenti bermain, saya still akan groom player-player muda untuk teruskan bermain.
Kalau saya dan Geek Fam depends dengan management apa yang orang bagi. And then kalau join tim luar tu, saya minat tim Navi sebab gameplay dorang pun nice. Terus spot kita orang pun sama. So, dorang lah.
Mula-mula diorang tak setuju juga saya main game ni, tapi saya banyak menang tournament kecil and saya tunjuk kebolehan saya lah untuk main dalam Esport ni, PUBG Mobile ni. And bab seimbang dalam belajar tu kena pandai bagi masa lah. Kalau saya free, saya belajar.
I don't think so because it's just the same when you're streaming or you without streaming. It's just the same. It's just how the way you manage yourself lah, and how you're thinking. Like put a lot of positive thing on your mindset lah.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in Ranked Mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam musuh elemental. Papa boy, ต้องงงค่ะพี่
มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเราโฟอีฟคูลสุดๆ ดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิ น่ารักเกินปุยมุยนี่ชุดระดับอีพิกและเลเจนดารี่สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่ แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจน หรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่เคยได้เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรา มีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Theo from GNexus. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and I just checked in hotel and I just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style and my personality to it to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTD3 Neo Speed Awakens.
Here is the final sprint, ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the new and renewed hair of Contra. And we also like to thank our official smartphone partner, Realme, for being with us. This is the GT Neo 3, comes together with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset, as well as a dedicated display chipset. And not to mention as well, our official livestream partner, TikTok, hashtag Be The One TikTok challenge. Don't forget to put that in your content. So you could be featured on one of our official PUBG Mobile pages. PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH, and our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, is together with us here today. 50% off your GrabFood order up to $10 with a minimum spend of $10. Promo code, as you can see here, PUBGFX Grab, while stocks last. And this is the final day, and we'll determine who will move on to the next round.
Here we are, few months of play, and now it has come to this, where we are finding the best teams to go into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. So we have already had a few teams who have secured their slots in their own regional qualifiers, and now we're only looking for 5 more teams, meaning to say, out of all the 16 teams, 4 will be eliminated.
Oh yeah, 4 will be eliminated, but 1 will be crowned the champion and will take home majority of the $200,000 prize pool. Who will it be? At this moment, of course, it is still the Thai teams, but let's not forget as well, a couple of other teams starting to perform. Day 1, not that hard, but day 2, really, really hard. Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, they've been doing so well, and now they're sitting around the 5th position. There's also a really good chance that they can basically catch up to a top 3 finish, or who knows, if Infinity did not perform today, then a lot of teams will definitely be gunning for the title. So far, I think Infinity has a lot of leverage when it comes down to the points that they have already accumulated. All they have to do is maintain this run, and they should be good to go.
Yeah, they need to maintain. That is the key word. But it's going to be tough because competition is tight. Now, between number 1 and number 2, we'll review the scores later on, but just a little bit of a recap. Number 1 and number 2, a little bit of a gap, but everyone else is really, really close. But let's remind ourselves on the format. Of course, this is the final day before we move on to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League that will be happening. We'll not spoil it for you guys. It started off with the SEA Championship Fall League. Over a course of 3 weeks, we played 5 matches a day. Of course, the teams played 4, and now the grand final 6 a day, and we'll pick the top, well, at this point, it's pretty much the top 12 to move on to the next round.
Exactly that. 12 teams, but this is the point system though. 15 points for a chicken dinner, and it's so crucial when we see majority of the team that closes off the game, they add up with around 10 elimination points or even more, as they're eyeing for not only the trophy, but $200,000.
$200,000 and a shiny trophy on the line, ladies and gentlemen. And in case you just joined us for the season, you might notice that some of the teams had a little bit of a head start, and that's because of the bonus points system that is implemented this time around as well. So this has been implemented for a couple of seasons now. Some of you who have followed might have known what is it all about. Basically, the initial points that they started off with is accumulated from the weekly bonus, the league bonus point, the total bonus points, all in together. And number 1 to number 20, every team during the league stage will receive points. No one will go out every week without any point at all, so everyone will receive something. But of course, the top performing team will receive maximum points. And as we recall, the Infinity was the top performing team, managed to secure 76 points as their starting point.
That's right, and there's so many points out there up for grabs, but there's only 6 more maps to play. For all our 16 teams out here, we got the Infinity, TEM Entertainment, FaZe Clan, Bacon Time, Alter Ego Esports, Vampire Esports, BRU, and we also do have from Vietnam, DX.
Let's not forget as well, GIDS, Geek Fam, ShineLikeDiamond, SLD, 4 Rivals, Yoodo Alliance, NFT Esports, Boom Esports, and Ego Esports.
And of course, other than the prize pool that they are offered, these are the titles for individual awards, where we are looking for the top gunslinger, survivor, filmatic, eagle eye, as well as grenade master. For those who have managed to put a stellar performance throughout the run of the league up till the grand finals, they'll walk away with an extra $3,000.
Yeah, still up for grabs. Of course, we'll know exactly who will take home these individual awards by the end of the day. So far, some of the names are up there, very, very familiar, like Newsy, like Tony K, and so on and so forth. But it might change later on. Let's keep our eyes on that. But keep your eye on this as well, the overall rankings with Infinity at the top.
And we're also looking at FaZe Clan BRU trying to chase up against the Infinity. They have had massive rounds yesterday, but could there be any more gap to be created for the Infinity? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance have pushed the limit, and there probably isn't any limit at all. They're currently sitting at 4th place, 155 points. Just behind them, vacant time makes up the top 5.
Yeah, and that's what Shamil said yesterday in his interview. Yoodo Alliance will be gunning for the championship. But besides that, on the other end, of course, we're the bottom 4 currently who might be eliminated unless they do something today. Ego Esports, they're trying to do that miracle comeback. They started off with the lowest initial points, but now they are just right below the qualification stage.
That's right, and we have seen so many of all these amazing fights inside of Miramar where they have been able to also annihilate Geek Fam. But then again, Geek Fam, though they had a really rough start to have it all the other games, but in the final round of Erangel, they've been managing to get themselves a chicken dinner of their own.
Yeah, it's a amazing run for the Infinity, and Geek Fam, they came back at the final game with that chicken dinner. So that final game that they got the chicken dinner, that was kind of like their redemption because day 1 and most of day 2 they didn't really perform, and a lot of expectation came on the Geek Fam because of how they performed in their own country league. But at least with that final game they did fairly well. That could kind of boost them up a little bit more. But of course, Geek Fam, they already have that slot onto the PMGC, so they're not really in a scary position.
And I would definitely put my focus and attention onto FaZe Clan as well. A lot of times that they go into the league or even back into the national region, there are times that they have never been able to qualify for SEA Championship, and now they do, and they're inching so close to the title, but there's always one Thai team standing in the way, and that is Infinity. So the question here is, could Tony K do much better than Nuzi for 6 more maps?
Yeah, he's not only gunning for the championship for his team, but he's also gunning for the MVP award for himself. He is neck to neck with Nuzi. Of course, they have the current MVP score that looks kind of the same, but actually when we drill down details, there will be a difference there. Hence, he is currently at #1 spot. But putting on the table the teams to focus inside of Sandhawk, we got 3 Thai teams and Xavier coming in as the second team to be focused on. Xavier had a comeback the moment week 2 of the league started, and they're not stopping.
Not at all, and we have seen them holding on to the top 5 position for quite some time. They should be able to still not only catch up against the teams that are above, but also to prove that Vietnam has a lot of great talents out there. So Xavier, we've seen them secure quite a number of chicken dinners throughout the grand finals. I wonder if they will be able to defend that title, but now, is it mathematically possible for DX?
I think yes, but of course it depends on how the Infinity performs. But if we look at this chart, the players to focus, we got Newsy as the top eliminator, the top assist. Definitely, that gives kind of a sign of how difficult it is to catch up to the Infinity. But Tony K coming as the top damage dealer so far, he is doing very well. And the top damage dealer number plays a big role as well in the MVP award.
That's right, and we'll definitely see who will be the one that will be walking away with the best title FMVP. And I think like there are times where Tony K has actually overtaken Luzi himself just based on that average MVP points.
Yeah, they're kind of like going real neck to neck with each other. So let's see if we'll know by the end of the day what's the final verdict of that. But again, the schedule is going to be the same. Of course, the timing that you can see on screen here is +8 GMT. So if you're watching from somewhere else, you got to adjust it accordingly. But in terms of sequence-wise, we're going to play the first game in Sanhok as always, 2 Miramars back-to-back, and we'll finish up the day with 3 Erangels, and we will crown the champion and crown the teams who move on to the PMGC League.
That's right, and we're going to be looking at who else will be able to qualify, where we have seen quite the tussle from the bottom of the bracket itself. Sure, we have had the biggest improvement coming out of teams like Ego Esports. Just about yesterday, we've seen them skyrocket through the charts, and I think just a few more games, they should be able to get that slot.
Yeah, just a couple more games. It's looking very, very possible for them. I mean, I can't say they did too bad. Actually, they're doing fairly well, considering how they kind of performed in the previous week during the league. But what else is doing well is our latest voice pack that's currently inside of the game, and you can get it. And of course, it features our very charming guy, Biu.
That's right, and you definitely will have to wait first because we're about to announce the giveaway time on how you can basically secure all these great voice packs of your favorite streamers as well as players in PUBG Mobile. We got Baby La, Mew, Tony K, Capone, and I believe that's soon will last.
Yeah, so these are available for you to grab it. So make sure you go in, complete your daily missions, use the token to spin and claim yourself the voice pack. But besides that as well, we have the new Royal Pass that's currently available inside the game. Masked Crusader set will be the theme this time around, and it does look like a sort of like Arabic or Middle Eastern sort of looking skin.
Yeah, and I do believe with that skin you can basically be Kings of Miramar if that's the case.
Wow!
I mean, he's controlling Sand.
Oh yeah!
Maybe he could be able to sit in with it.
We're going to be able to control this because these are hard and fast cars currently available in the game as well. And it's the first original PUBG Mobile sports car to add to your collection.
That's right. Other than that, we do have Bubble Boy plus the Elemental that has been inserted into the game. This is one of the great collaborations we have with a local studio here in Malaysia, and it is loved by many throughout Southeast Asia. And you can basically get all those cool skins, and you can even win stuff if you participate in the PMCC watch party.
Yeah, participate on the 29th and the 30th of October, 5 p.m. at Lepaking KL, and you stand a chance to win these amazing items, including the Biu voice pack as well. So you don't want to miss out on such an event. Of course, these are opportunities for you to also network with other people within the community.
And of course, other than networking, I think like what really brings us together is the love of the game itself, where we definitely need to show some love to all the teams out there. Let's start with our predictions. I got DX on my side and you have NFT Esports. So let's discuss a little bit on that.
Yeah, okay, Xavier, they are in one of the teams to watch. In fact, they are number 2 in terms of team to watch. I really like your prediction up there. But is there any reason that you pick Xavier?
I genuinely do believe that they still have the drive to push forward in order to have a chance at the title. So if they have maybe 2 really good games, I think it will have to start from Sana.
Yeah, and I like to see a little bit of a difference when it comes to teams that really come up, right? So throughout the league, it has been a Thai domination. But NFT, you know, representing the Indonesian region, I would really like to see like a different region really pushing it up there as well. And maybe if they do super duper well, who knows, maybe they come up with like a ridiculous 5 or 6 chicken dinners, they could challenge for a title.
That's right, and I do think that there's just so many teams here. They are so talented, but there can only be one champion here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship. As we move into our 3rd day, let's start off first as we're about to hit right into Sana. Here we go.
Alright, the final Sand Hawk on the PUBG Mobile Professionally Southeast Asia Fall. Here we go. This is going to be the final Sand Hawk. Of course, the next time we see a Sand Hawk inside a professional league will be in the PMGC. Maybe. We don't know the map sequence yet. But anyway, the flight path will be on the southern side. Again, I always question, I always wonder who is going to punish Bacon Time that drops in the areas of Sami. That's number 1. And they always drop very, very individually. Is anyone going to punish them?
I don't really think that there's going to be much of a punishment per se, but if there's going to be any different form of rotation, it might just be able to harm them if they were to cut into maybe a circle that's alongside Kampong, because we look at SLD, they're just going to be around that section. And if there's going to be anyone else, there's NFT as well as Geek Fam. No, Geek Fam, they did not have shown us all too much. They did end the day with chicken dinner, and things are looking pretty interesting. That circle will belong up in the northern region.
Yeah, this kind of circle favors to your prediction, that is the Xavier. They normally like to drop on the left side of Paradise Resort, but it also favors the Infinity, who likes to drop up north as well. So that is going to be a circle that seems to be made for some of these top teams. But now let's put focus onto the Eagles. They are still looking for their comeback moment. They need to find a consistency. For the past 2 days, inside Sana, Ego Esports and Boom, they were the first two teams to go out. Let's see if anything changes this round.
Yeah, and Buriram United have been having the best time of their life on day 2, where they managed to get 2 chicken dinners in a row, one with a really high volume of frags and one with 7 takedowns. And we deemed the first one to be, you know, a really easy dinner. But statistically for BRU, they haven't been really showing up too much when it comes down to rounds inside of Sanhok. So I really do wonder, could they basically find their way out? Now that there's a little bit of advantage for them to cut through into the northern section, but they definitely have to pass many of all these teams first. And maybe that will have to start off with Ego Esports.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, Buriram United, they normally drop around the areas of Quarry. Ego Esports happen to be around there as well, maybe a little bit on the northern side. So they could be the gatekeepers towards Buriram United. But just look at the spread from Buriram United. They're sending 2 players up onto the high grounds, Kingzo some in the middle, and Sky only at the compound on the left. It indicates to me that they know that Ego Esports is somewhere around. So they're moving this cautiously.
That's right. And with them just staying put, you never know whether if you move into a building with a couple of DBSs waiting in line. Meanwhile, for Rivals, I think we've seen a lot of great plays heading into day 1, but in day 2, they have seemingly struggled for quite a number of games before they find themselves back on track again. Now currently sitting at 9th position, it felt as if that they have switched their points along with Yoodo Alliance. Because Yoodo Alliance used to be around the 9th and 10th position, and just look at how much they have been able to climb.
Yeah, they're like what, by the end of yesterday, they were like what, number 4, and the points difference between them and the Infinity is 45 points. I mean, it still feels significant, 45 points, right? But anyway, we have like 6 more games to go, so anything can happen. The Infinity cannot be comfortable. But we have a new stat here. So the eliminations proportion, Tony K has been having the time of his life, 44% as compared to Newsy, 38%, and it comes out to Shirley, 32%, and Moment, 27%.
It's really interesting to see the different type of play styles coming from all these teams. TEM seem to be one of the ones that are a lot more balanced, where everyone is offering close to 25% on an average, and that's why this team has been performing out of the ordinary back in day 1. Well, actually, back in the final week of the league, and then heading into grand finals. I think they may have had a little bit more changes involved on how they have approached the maps, since now there's only 16 grand finalists compared to you have to prepare for all these other groups that you play week in, week out. And I think TEM, they still have had some juice in them to be able to contest. And keep in mind, 4th position all the way down to the 9th will definitely have switches between each respective match.
TEM Entertainment day 1, they were so good. Like at the end of the day with the number 1 finish, but when it came to day 2, they were missing, for lack of a better word. And it's a little bit sad that considering that they are a team that could probably challenge for the championship because they were at number 1. If only they had maintained their performance in day 2, they'll be okay. But I don't know, TEM Entertainment, maybe that's the thing, right? That's the thing, that if you're like the number 1 team, you get researched out, and maybe that's what happened to them. I wish I could break down more about how or why TEM Entertainment dropped their performance in day 2, but the fact is that they didn't last long enough for us to really see what's wrong.
Exactly that. And other than that specific team, we have also seen the fall from grace coming in from GD. A lot of the approaches that they were trying to rotate have been seeing them being caught out many a times. And speaking of catching somebody out there, Rabis, they have actually spotted some movements coming in from Boom Esports. We're just about to get ourselves started it's been close to 6 minutes. And today, everybody is extra careful for those points.
Yeah, I expect this to be like maybe only the first 3 rounds. Maybe. I'm just putting out maybe the final 2 or 3 rounds. Everyone will just go all guns blazing with each other because maybe some of the teams might feel that, we got nothing else to lose. And if we have nothing else to lose, we just, have fun or call it a day earlier. I don't know, whatever the thought process is, but that's always the case with any PUBG Mobile tournament. If you like this stage is still like pretty cool, but if it reaches the last 2 games, everyone will just go like all in.
I still believe that there's going to be a lot of players that will still kind of put their effort into it because different positioning, they will also earn a chunk of the prize pool. So you kind of don't want to throw any games away, even if you're not going to be in contention for that #1 spot. Like, you want to have a good time, and at the same time, you want to make the game kind of hard for all the others that are still involved.
Yeah, you want to make the game kind of hard for
pride and glory.
Okay. I mean that's a very important trade-off as well, because I totally understand the meaning of pride. Considering that all these teams, they have their own set of fans, right? Whatever happens, even if they're at number 16, but if they can finish off the day with a chicken dinner, at least it's something to give back to the fans. And that is very important for us to remember as well. Like, besides the glory of getting a trophy, besides the glory or besides the financial values of going in for the money or when going for the next stage, the fan service is as important.
That's true. But of course, there's a lot of focus on themselves first and foremost when they're in that competition before they could basically put everybody else first in a certain way. Like everybody else would definitely want all the things involved, but if you can't keep up in terms of performance, it may end up lesser than what is expected.
Well, we did expect that Buriram United to be gatekept by Ego Esports, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I guess they meet often enough to know that, okay, Ego Esports is in front of us, so we kind of know like how to evade them. Plus, it's to the first phase of the circle, so you still have plenty of room to play with. Hence, we don't see that first skirmish or that first as compared to day 1 and day 2. It's nice to see that some things have changed because of the adaptation and also the learning that they've had with when they played in the previous days. So looking good so far for these teams. And interestingly as well, Bootcamp has been taken by NFT and FaZe Clan is nowhere to be found. Oh, there you go. Up in the
FaZe
high
Clan
ground.
usually takes the top side of the hill, and NFT Esports kind of driving recklessly into the middle. Hopefully not to get caught out by the ones that have been able to start off in boot camp most of the time. For Rivals, they've been able to take a really safe approach. Most often than not, back in the league stage, we see 4 Rivals always having difficulties to cut across Langkawi, but now that multiple teams have been cleared out, I think like there shouldn't be any issues at all as they have gotten themselves a scooter bike just to get by.
Yeah, you don't see this all the time, right? Yeah, plus a scooter inside of Sino, it does make a lot of noise, so... Okay.
That's the reason why we don't see it all the time.
Yeah, I guess, you know what, sometimes I wonder, do the players like kind of know like the camera is looking at them and they tend to do all this funny stuff?
I think like it just so happens. They definitely want to smile for the camera if they can, virtually. Anyways, the circle will be updated, but look at who's all the way up north though. Infinity has never left Cow, and they also do have a care package just by the side of Newsy. So that's a lot of amplification of damage output, and it's just going to be a lot more difficult for everybody else to deal with them if they are going to be late to the scene.
GIDS winning in the blue, but then again, FaZe Clan may lose their first player. Buriram United taking advantage of that. Lycan, no way for him to be picked up. It's going to be first blood to Tiger.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
What a rough start coming for FaZe Clan. They're only left with Tony K right now. All caught up in rotation, and Tony K can only hold on for so long. Here goes the Molotov.
Oh no, Tony K burned down. Not only that, they're waiting for the fire to subside before they go in. Tony K 10% health, and he doesn't have any room for him to recover himself. Xavier is moving in, and Looks like FaZe Clan might be the first team to be eliminated. What can Tony K do about this? Okay, managed to use the first aid, but can he clutch the entire team? That's your
There's no
answer.
chance. Little DBS is so strong in the close quarter combat, and Lambo seals the deal. FaZe Clan out too soon.
And FaZe Clan is the closest competitor to the Infinity for the title, only 16-point difference. And with the Infinity, not only they have the circle, they're looking at the elimination feed, they'll be smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah, they're going to have such a huge lead compared to everybody else. FaZe Clan, they start off here with a 16-point gap. That's going to be more than 20 points by the end of the round, despite whatever position that Infinity usually close out. Always remember, they don't close out games without any form of elimination points as well. So even if you add another 4-pointer or close to 10, it's going to be so hard for FaZe Clan to catch up. Bevy and the rest of TEM still on foot. NFT over on their left-hand side, not being able to actually scouting up as the rest of NFT is further down the hills. But we see a lot of priority from the teams to be around the bond section and also across the Paradise Resort where the circle is currently moving towards. So let's see what Geek Fam's got this time.
Yeah, Geek Fam having a little bit of a redemption moment, but now look at this. The elimination feed shows that Ego Esports, what the players went down. I mean, I am looking forward to Ego Esports' performance because I like to see this redemption arc, you know. But that also means that if they do go up, another team will go down. So someone else has to be sacrificed. Unfortunately, it's just part of the game.
That's right. And I think like some of all these teams will definitely be smiling too, not only the Infinity, like, hey, there's more chances for more prize pool money, if that's the case. But that record of the FMVP that has been between Uzi as well as Tony K, hotly contested. Now, with one round of deficit, 0 points, I wonder, can FaZe Clan make a surge heading into the final 5 games of today's series?
Oh yeah, you're right, you're totally right. It's not only about the championship, but the FMVP award as well. Newsy, he hasn't done anything yet this round, anything significant, but it also gives him the opportunity to like, okay, knowing that Tony K is out, he has the opportunity to overtake him in the FMVP charts. But now we put our focus on the 4 rivals. Tanking out the blue, Appy knows that someone's across them. GIDS, both teams just next to each other in the overall charts.
Appy sees them running across, though. I don't think it's about time to shoot moves just yet, but he says, you know what? I'm just going to have the early bird points out there. GD, with such a late rotation, it's not really working out for them because 4 rivals has got the same plan too.
Yeah, around the areas of Ban, and that's pretty interesting as well. Both these teams came from the southern side, so naturally the possibility of them bumping to each other is there. And now with GIDS getting that information, they'll need to choose their rotation. Like maybe they want to change their rotation, move somewhere else or something, or just stick to the healing game. But looking at the circle, looks like it's going to be centered around the areas of Paradise Resort. The Infinity is still in it, and the Xavier is in it as well.
Yeah, this is quite the fitting ending, I must say, because this is literally the last out map that we're going to be getting here in the championship. So we're going to have a blast and a really, really good time. Hopefully, when we get into the final circle, it's going to be inside of this region. Ego Esports, let's also keep in mind that they're also contending against Vampire Esports, Geek Fam, and GD so that they can propel ahead to reach the top 10. Let's see how much points that they really need. I think it's not going to be all too much of a hassle because it's less than 20 points.
Yeah, it is. So one round can change a lot for Ego Esports, but they need to hope for a Geek Fam, Vampire, GD, of course, to not perform as well. If they perform similarly or perform even better, then they're going to maintain the gap. So it's something that is, of course, out of their control. So what they can control is their own performance. So far, Ego Esports inside the circle, looking fine, looking okay. But for the Vampires, because they come in from the somewhat the northern side, hence for them to meet up with Ego Esports, the possibility is low. And that also means that the chance for Ego Esports to take out their one of the closest opponents will not be there in this round.
Exactly that. Heading over to Boom Esports, we still remember a lot of amazing plays that Octa did throughout the league. And you know, heading to the grand finals definitely has been a difficult journey for them, where they couldn't find a certain rhythmic success on how they will cut into the late game. But now they are here around the Paradise Resort. Meanwhile, Bacon Time doing Bacon Time things, scavenging for more loot.
So what? It was NFT that came to bootcamp, and obviously we had FaZe Clan first, and now it's going to be Bacon Time. 3 teams entering a bootcamp.
Yeah. A lot of recycle items.
But despite, depending on recycle items, look at Almstar. He has 28 first aids. Bacon Time, because they started on Sami. We did talk about Bacon Time's playstyle a lot, right? They start with Sami, they will open up big, and then they will just collect those first aids. That is exactly going to be their plan again.
Exactly that, and Bacon Time, if they do get themselves double-digit, they should be able to match up against Buriram United. And speaking of which, Bacon Time not only gets to hold themselves all together, they find a pick-off against Alter Ego.
Ooh, Ice from side gets one onto Pombit. Alter Ego falling apart. 2 of their players currently down. The DBS onto the side of Ice, and now 9 Noise is going ahead at the forefront. Knows that someone's just behind the wall. Space coming in from 9 Noise. Backup is in behind him. But Shirley, no! 2 knockdowns back-to-back for Fnatic, and Fnatic will secure the elimination point.
This is a huge disaster for Bacon Time. And remember that they were collecting first aids? I don't even know if they could basically have that healing game to be effective anymore. And if Alter Ego actually wins it, they can heal all the way to the top 2.
Yeah, they got to be careful there. The first aids are still in hand, unless Alter Ego spots them out and take them out. But so far, they are still able to hold on to it. Almstar is the one holding on the first aid, so keep your eye on the elimination feed. If Almstar goes down, that is it for Bacon Time.
And Alter Ego have understand that they have been playing this form of way, so therefore, they're coming in for a little bit of a challenge, and the circle is not too far away. 4 first aids on, I believe, Fnatic or Nalre. Bombstyle being spotted out. Now, this position might just be compromised, and you can already see Ice is trying to guard him safely, but he's going further and further into the warehouse section. And I'm not too sure if Ronaldo will be spending too much time, because it is based on how many more meds that they also do have.
Yeah, it really depends, right? And plus we are at the 4th phase of circle. If it turns into the 5th phase, it's going to hurt real bad. SLD, on the other hand, gatekeeping teams inside of bootcamp. They know there's 2 teams there, at least, because of the gunfire, because of the commotion. SMAP keeping an eye on the other side, but they despite them not in the circle, but if you look at their current position, they're at the 2 warehouse on the other side, so they can always just move into the circle. Looks like it's going to be unchallenged.
Indeed, for now, though, DX, they may have actually spotted out some players out of the Infinity. And further down into the Geek Fam, but oh my goodness, the sneak attack coming in from Sweps has been able to catch him out.
Oh, that was good eye there for Shrek to spot out Lamborghini, who was proning behind the stone. That was a good move there. But at the same time, we can see that Fnatic has been taken down. 1 play from Alter Ego out. Alter Ego down to the last man. Xavier, they're not stopping yet. They're going up against the Infinity from the other side.
You know, it feels like a horror game. This guy just basically turned 180 and immediately was met by Schweppes. So I don't think like he was really prepared to take him on anyways. While Bamburu gets a nade on top of Ego Esports members. There's only 1 knockout for now. No kill secured just yet, but Rabis tries to stop the rest of Infinity from rotating, and they're just gonna be spending more time in the blue zone.
Oh, Xavier being spotted out, and they don't have the circle. Now Frankie needs to stop the Infinity from coming, and look at this, the Infinity coming in a single line. They are going to crash into the compound where Xavier is at. Xavier, they're playing as a trio. One of them have been taken out. Logan tries to secure one, almost got it, almost. It was super close, 10% of health left for Frankie.
Logan still trying to make it work as he tries to rotate all the way into the western corner of the map.
Oh!
And there's 4 shots coming in away. Schweb continue to streak. They take down members of DX. Now rushing forward, he's going to be looking for Ravenclaw. Logan gets tagged instead. And look at that. Ravenclaw, he's out of Metzeri, having only 1 bet hit,
Logan,
but there's no time to heal.
Ooh, that was super close. Now to the right, and Ravenclaw outplays Logan, and that will be a point for the Vampires, and the Infinity will lose another player playing as a solo squad right now.
There's so little teams inside the circle, but then again, how many names are highlighted in green? They're still trying to play the healing game. Ego Esports is the next one to fall though, and Yoodo Alliance, they got themselves a few more pointers out there. 4 rival members are being deterred. Only 1 member remaining for 4 rivals, and Peru still tags Tuan 2K.
And Ego Esports is out with 1 point in this round. It's not going to be enough for them to overtake Vampire Esports. At the same time, we can see that 4 rivals seems to be in trouble. Geek Fam getting one of their own onto Tiger, and now they're fighting against a couple of other teams as well. Boom, they're trying to find a way into the circle, but looking at the elimination feed, they know that a lot of commotions happening elsewhere. They need to be careful. In fact, from our view, we can see that Buriram United just below Boom.
Boom Esports over the top of the hill, they can basically hold on for a little bit longer until they need to move forward to challenge the rest of BRU. Shots being fired, and they managed to get a little bit of a catch. TEM Bevy is going to be out of this match, but Boom Esports will eliminate 1 member of BRU first, and this huge advantage. Yoodo Day comes in. Look at Fluke, he's putting up.
Oh, Fluke coming from behind, but Fluke, though with the DBS, it's not enough for him to take out his opponent. Sky only moving on down from the high ground, and now boom, they're trying to win this, but Razy taken down by the other side. That's going to be the end for Boom.
BRU have secured 6 points out of that scuffle, and it was such a rowdy situation. Out of nowhere, Vampire Esports came in, and even though Fluke had the best ideas, he couldn't really land the shot in time. But look at the circle. We still have Lupi from NFT Esports that will be dominating the entire section of the circle as more teams are still fighting for their tournament lives here to secure as much points as possible. Geek Fam, they still have 3 members out there, and they're about to cut right into the circle to meet up with NFT.
Well, I'm just saying, NFT is still in this to win this. They are the only squad that still maintains all 4 of their players. SLD will be eliminated at number 10 with 1 elimination point. Geek Fam has NFT to deal with right now. Snipes prepping out the nade. Good to toss it out the side of Ramones. Will it land nicely? The nade toss onto Ramones! Snipes! Beautiful nade!
He's going to drop another one to secure the pointer, and NFT is going to be a little bit further away. There's not a chance that they could basically pick them off just yet. Ronaldo from Alter Ego still trying to cut into the corners of the map while Yu High Boy has found Tiger from Buriram United. He's not going to be looking all too good. He's out of resources, nothing to heal himself with, not even boosters. Yoodo Alliance will bow out at 9 as they manage to find a little bit more of a pickoff, and we're just seeing more names flying off the charts.
Oh, NFT Lippy seems to be playing this round, so they put on their sub player. And our boy Sir going up to high ground will pick up his teammate. At the same time, we can see that GIDS 5 elimination points currently dominating. Snipes is not done yet with NFT tossing utilities onto the other side. And Snipes! Wow, how did that molly land on the Ramones?
Wow, that we didn't even see the flames hit him though. And then probably it's just by the corner of the map. But look at GIDS. They are approaching really closely, and they have a lot of healthy members, but they managed to find Boychill of NFT.
Oh, Daybot is coming in, tossing nades on the side of Geek Fam, and now he may land those nades onto them. Snipes with the DBS, reloading, waiting for the right moment, trying to get as much information as possible. At the same time, we can see that Godtuni takes down Snow for Vampire Esports.
Circle belongs to Geek Fam at the moment, while GIDS, they can find a way to push in. They do have enough members to pull through the gutter, while they have a lot more smokes to utilize. Not much to come by usually in Sanok, but they will try to make that cut. Geek Fam tries to line it all up to dominate more areas of play on the next phase itself. Meanwhile, MindAP still survives with so little health left. Same goes to Lupi and NFT Esports. They're just hoping to squeeze into the top 4.
Well, GIDS seems to be somewhat taking the healing game route, sending Alan. Oh, but speaking about Alan, Snipe takes him down. That means the healer is out. GIDS have been eliminated. And now Geek Fam stands the highest chance of securing the first chicken dinner for today, bringing the momentum from yesterday by MindAP, fighting with the jump shot. MindAP now pressure by the blue, and Lippy with the DBS will take him out.
But they've already made note of their location. Now it's all down to Geek Fam to corner him up. There's still one more grenade to land onto multiple targets of Geek Fam. We can actually see And he's just got nowhere to go, but there he gets cleared. Snipes, he tries to find an angle. This could be a big disaster for Geek Fam.
Oh, but wait a second. Looks like they managed to take him out, and now it's going to be Alter Ego playing the healing game towards the end. Geek Fam continues their run from yesterday.
My, oh my. Geek Fam on a winning streak, carrying it forward. And I believe what really got Alter Ego into the top 2 is by taking down Bacon Time. Look at where they are. Still by boot camp. Ronaldo, he finally finished up his packs. And we celebrate the chicken dinner for the Malaysian team, Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam, yesterday they ended the day in a rank go with the chicken dinner. Now they're continuing on day number 3 with the opening chicken dinner for the day. And the final chicken dinner inside of Sandhawk itself. Geek Fam looks like they ain't stopping yet. Of course, one of their advantage of getting the chicken dinner inside the Sandhawk is that they're not a team that normally plays the healing game. They normally play regular gameplay, fighting up to the end, and it's reaping rewards for them.
Indeed, it has been. And Geek Fam, they finally got back into their aggressive ways, and we will trail back into the start where this was very unlikely coming in from FaZe Clan, where they try to book themselves some of the HUDs around Quarry, and the entire team just get caught out. And from then onwards, I think this was the big moment for Alter Ego that has gotten them that successful second place finish. So they were basically hunting out, and all of a sudden that 1v2 came in, and Fnatic managing to pull the team ahead.
Yeah, if only we had visual of what happened in bootcamp, that would tell us the entire story of the Alter Ego getting that second place finish. I wonder, did they manage to get that first aids out of arm style, or was it their own first aids? But if we have that information, that'll be awesome. Nevertheless, it was a great game there, not only inside of bootcamp, but outside Paradise Resort as well. What an action-packed game it is.
Yeah, I think this is the highest impactful plays coming in from all the 16 teams on board in this adult round. And I'm definitely willing to set that this is going to be the finale of this matchup itself, where Geek Fam has been able to close out the entire match. And first, congratulations to Alter Ego heading into the second place. In this matchup, I think like Geek Fam might have been able to push themselves back to the top 10 if they want to.
Yeah, mathematically, oof.
It's been 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, true.
Okay, maybe 12 place.
Okay, I'll probably take a 12 for now, because I remember the gap was, there was a gap somewhere at the bottom that was fairly significant. Hence, one game may not be enough to push them into top 10, but if they can do this for another round, top 10 is definitely in their hands.
And also keep in mind that if Geek Fam performs even more, they will push one of the teams that are fighting for that qualifying spot to be gaining more and more points, and it's definitely going to be pretty hard for them to chase up. But Geek Fam comes out with 23 pointers to secure the round, and NFT Esports will secure 18 respectively. BRU, they got 6 frags and a total of 14 by the end of the round.
Well, FaZe Clan, unfortunately, the only team to not receive any points at all, and their top competitor, which is the Infinity, got 5 points. So they just open up another gap between the both of them. But for Geek Fam, Snipes is now the MVP for this round. I'm starting to lose track. We have a lot of MVPs for every round, but I believe that this might be his first MVP for SEA Championship.
SEA Championship Finals, probably it. I think like he might have actually popped up back in League. I will definitely have to cross-check as well. But Snipes, it's great to see him doing so much in this matchup. And also, thanks to him, he has been able to keep a lot of all these teams on the play zone and close out the matchup.
I'm trying to read what's on his the arm of his jacket, but okay, it seems something very, very funny. But anyway, the overall rankings is where all matters. So now the Infinity, of course, they open up a gap between them and FaZe Clan, a slight gap there. But on the other end, Ego Esports only managed to get 1 point. Not enough, of course, to overtake Vampire Esports, but because NFT did better, they climb on top of Eagle Esports, and now NFT is 1 step away from that path to PMGC. They just need to at least overtake GIDS for now.
but they definitely have to take down their siblings from GD, which is definitely going to be really saddening for teams that have been rooting for Indonesian squads to qualify into the PMGC league itself. Or why not both just keep rising up and start to it's basically time to start hunting out for some teams, then mark them, attack them. I'm just joking. It's not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, it is. It is not as easy because they're all wearing the same thing, and there will, for the player's view, there will be some anonymity as well, so they can't really know exactly who they're facing up against. And plus, on top of that, no vehicle skins, if you kind of notice that. So that's how it's going to be tough for them to kind of notice each other. But nevertheless, what they can do is that they can challenge inside of Crossbar. Remember yesterday, Ego Esports and Buriram United, that happened because Ego Esports needed to catch up to Buriram United at that time. So they can probably do the same in the next match.
That's right. Let's take a look once again on the recap of Sanhok, a final Sanhok game that ended with glorious bang where Geek Fam has been able to basically find a very smooth rotation. They did drop by the outskirts of boot camp. They usually start off with this rotation just to try to cut off Alter Ego. But Alter Ego, they were very, very patient. They stopped by Hot Team, and look what Alter Ego did next. Okay, just keep an eye out. Boot up in Hot Team, go all the way down, cross that bridge, into boot camp, and challenge Bacon Time. The smartest thing I've actually seen all day.
Yeah, they didn't even like think of like, okay, we go up to Hartin and then we just go to the right and make it a simple entry into the circle. But they decide to go all the way back onto boot camp and challenge Bacon Time, like what you said. And of course, to be fair, they wouldn't know if boot camp had Bacon Time. When they went there, it's like, oh, we got shot at, and then there's another team just to find out that it's actually Bacon Time. And I'm sure if they did enough their homework and they know it's Bacon Time, that means that Bacon Time has all the first aids in hand.
That's right. And they just got to thank them for taking so much time to collect in the bottom side of the Sami region. And I guess you finally get your answers. Who's going to stop Bacon Time? There you go.
Well, yeah, indirectly or directly, but still, it is stopping Bacon Time. But hey, I would have liked to see like a challenge from the start. I'm just saying, right? But anyway, Sanhok is done. No other Sanhoks to play, and we'll just focus on the Miramar as well as the Irango map. So, of course, Miramar is a really, really huge map, right? So it really depends as well on like what sort of flight path we get. That will also determine some of the starting points for these teams as well. Yesterday, just a little bit of a recap. Buriram United and Ego Esports, they clashed inside of Impala, and Ego Esports won that fight.
Yeah, it was quite the beautiful exchange between some of these players out there. And speaking of exchanges here, a lot of shots were fired and Snipes have been hitting the target, making him the MVP of the match. But look at Daybot, who's been catching up as well with 542 points of damage. And we have both a Malaysian and both Indonesians here on board. NFT, I think they have shown us a really solid gameplay throughout the course of the past 20 over minutes.
A little bit of recap as well for the teams to focus inside Miramar. Now it's no longer a Thai-dominated map. We have Ego Esports inside of it as well. Before this, for the longest time, it's all Thai teams, but now we have a Vietnamese team inside of this stats. I'm really, really happy to see a diversity, a slight diversity at least for teams to focus. So Ego Esports still getting for their PMGC slots, still getting for their comeback. Knowing that they are one of the top teams to focus inside Miramar, they would want to stamp their authority inside of this map.
That's right, and we have also seen Buriram United getting back-to-back chicken dinners. Maybe they still have that fire in their hearts to be able to achieve the exact same thing, and I believe that that is what is needed to challenge the Infinity right now.
And now, of course, FaZe Clan need to buck up because they went out very, very early. In fact, the first team to go out without any points. So if they would challenge the Infinity, they have to start now. They should count their lucky stars that the Infinity only managed to get 5 points in a Sanhok. They could have gotten like 20 points and just create a one-game gap.
It really feels like a downer where you can't do anything to be able to match up to that unless 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, 3, and there's only like 5 more maps to go, Sir Cloud.
Yeah.
After so many weeks ahead, down to a 5 final games remaining. And then really I want to take a look at the journey so far for many of these teams. So many significant improvements, especially for teams like Yoodo Alliance, Ego Esports, SLD on their very first attempt has made it to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it is a reason to celebrate, right, if they manage to get into the grand finals. But it's also a reason for us to celebrate this amazing collaboration that's coming in 2023. PUBG Mobile X Dragon Ball will be coming very, very soon. But before any of our management releases anything for you guys, they'd like to hear your opinion as well. So do put it in the comment section. There will be reading your comments. And if there's something that you really, really want, really, really like, do put it in. I do hope that we can collect the Dragon Balls in-game.
That's right, and if you need more power level, you can basically get yourselves the Celestial Power coming from the new Power 4 series that's currently available.
Yep, I mean, this is another amazing collection for you guys out there to collect. We got like what? Bobo Boy, we got the Celestial Power, we got the sports car. What else? We got a voice pack. We got pretty much everything.
We got
right?
PMCC Watch Party.
Yeah. It's
There's
just
so
everything
many things
on the
going on in PUBG Mobile. Like, wow, I really have to schedule things on my calendar. Okay, 6 p.m. Wednesday, Rabu Badu, let's go.
Yeah, as long as you can wake up, right? Because, you know, if you
6 p.m. I should be up.
Should be up. I trust you then.
Time is almost 6 p.m. I do believe.
Oh yeah, it is. It is almost 6 p.m. and it is almost time for us to get into Miramar. So next round will I do feel that, you know, Miramar will be pretty much the big determinator of who might go for the championship. If teams were to fall out inside Miramar and the Infinity still continues their great run, the last 3 games will be super hard.
Yeah, this last 3 games, it's really down to this final 2 games before we cut into the last 3. You know, like, it has to start from here. If you slide 1 game up for even FaZe Clan, this could be over.
Yeah.
Unless if the Infinity did not even collect any points throughout the next few rounds, then there is a certain possibility, but the chances are that's not going to happen.
It's hard. It's hard, right? Looking at how consistent they are, especially coming back on day number 2, and when they came back super duper hard. Besides that as well, the gap between them and FaZe Clan, it's like not that much. It's still okay, but the 3rd place gap is fairly far. So if FaZe Clan doesn't do it, then it's going to be hard for the 3rd onwards to kind of catch up. But it's still possible mathematically, just saying though. It's not ruling out anything yet. But looks like it's going to be the 2 Thai teams. That's our pick. What's your thought about Buriram?
Well, Buriram has done amazing back in Erangel rounds, but they have also had some of the best stats inside of Miramar, where usually they will come into top 4 with some really stable rotation. They only pick up fights hitting into the late game, and I think that there are chances that they would basically have it. Well, back in time, yeah, they did have that rough game in Sanok, but this is a map that they've been able to win yesterday.
Yeah, it is they're definitely not going to play Healing League, that's for sure. But for Buriram, if anything, I don't know. Just keep your eye on to where Buriram will drop, right, in Pala, right? If Ego Esports if Ego Esports choose to drop inside of there again, they'll be looking forward to get their revenge.
That's right, and I wonder if that's ever going to happen here in these upcoming match of Miramar. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too, as you're currently watching the grand finals in the very final day. We've only got a few more rounds remaining. So make sure gather all your friends, and we will see who will be crowned as the champions. It's time to celebrate later on, but for now, we'll see who will be able to fight to the top.
Yes, can't wait to see this. I'm so excited for Miramar. It's a map that is kind of open for everyone. Everyone has equal opportunity of securing this chicken dinner. Oh man, despite the stats tell us that the Thai teams dominate, but then again, the Indonesian teams have been doing well in the first first day, and then the second day you have a little bit of a mix. Yoodo Alliance did well as well. Now, it has been quite diverse. Let's see if the diversity can continue in our first Miramar for today.
We're only having 2 more maps of Miramar to play out, including the concurrent match that's currently happening. And there's so many different victors like what Sir Cloud has said thus far. And first, now with the flight path going in the southern section, it will look to be really interesting where yesterday there was an appearance around that Kumasera region over the hillside, and a couple times back in the league, plenty of times inside Los Leones where we see a lot of teams from PMPL BN has been able to do very, very well.
Yeah, that as well. And since you mentioned PMPL Vietnam teams, my eyes is on Impala, Buriram United dropping there. But I guess because of this kind of flight path, it's like on the southern side. So Chumasera is available. Ego Esports may go back to their natural habitat. I don't see them challenging Impala as what they did yesterday. So it should be fairly balanced in that part. But on the northern side, I can't guarantee it just yet. The Infinity seems to be opening up fairly big around the areas of Picado, Graveyard, Minas Generalis. Probably trying to get a vehicle before anything else. So that's going to be their objective for now. But Monte Nuevo seems to be a little bit crowded as well. We do see a couple of teams dropping around that area. But it could be a false alarm. So I just putting it out there, like not only hyping it up, but false alarm could happen. But this kind of circle, Monte Nuevo, the Infinity is on top of the circle.
This is definitely a challenge for the Infinity. They can basically stay put inside Monte Nuevo, but if it does close into the city though, let's see how long can they basically hold out, because like you said, there's so many players that are around that western region, like Boom Esports over on the bottom end of the map. We also have Ego Esports by Chimachera, while there are Bacon Time as well as DX that's over on the northern side inside of the city of El Pozo. So it's definitely going to be pretty interesting on how some of these fights will go down. TM as well as Yoodo Alliance, they should be sharing areas of play inside Los Leones. So Yoodo Alliance, they do have a certain advantage where they can guard them from not leaving the city.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, they can play the gatekeeping role too. And they might be interested to do that because they can still collect points to challenge for the championship. With 4 more rounds to go, a 30, let's see now, what's the point gap between Yoodo Alliance? That's a 37 point gap, 47 point gap. With 4 more rounds to go, it is still possible. But the bad news for everyone else is that the circle is right on top of the Infinity. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. It's already 2 rounds that we see the starting circle happen to favor the #1 team.
Yeah, but then again, they didn't really make good use of that advantage back inside of Sanon. We can absolutely understand that there's going to be a flock of crowd that will move across each very phase, and didn't really seem like it has favored Infinity by the end of it all when the circle goes in between Paradise as well as Boot Camp. So they had to leave Cal, but now with such a big map, they will never know. Like, would it actually stay in Monte Nuevo? Would it be outside Monte Nuevo? They'll just have to wait it out for the time being. Well, we have 1 minute before we have the circle closing up. Let's also keep track of all the other teams. Alter Ego now on to number 4, the best performing team out of PMPL Indonesia. And we can understand that they are also vying for that title. Now, that is about close to 40 points of a difference against Infinity.
Yeah, the team that plays rather passively for Alter Ego, but when it's needed, they know how to take those fights. So, I mean, Alter Ego, honestly speaking, they are proving me wrong. Like, Alter Ego, to me, their gameplay is like very, very different as compared to like the top teams, like the Infinity FaZe Clan. They have a lot of firepower in them. They take fights. They don't back down and all that. But Alter Ego, the difference is that they play slow. They play passively. But when they need to take fight, they're fairly okay. And they manage to balance that out. And with that kind of performance, it puts them up on the top 4 spot. And they can still eye for a podium finish in this SEA Championship.
That's right. Meanwhile, Boom Esports had a few glitz and glory of chicken dinner, but then again, they really have relied on performances coming in from Yummy as well as Octa. We also do see Bobo to be switching around from time to time. And only when they do have that full squad, they will be able to do quite a significant damage heading to the late game. If we take one of their members down, like it will deny them a lot of opportunities And I think like they really have to find ways to have different plans to approach this in the upcoming tournaments, because it's possibly impossible to catch up to Infinity. But I think we've seen a lot of great highlights overall from Boom Esports.
Oh yeah, Boom Esports had a lot of highlights, but unfortunately, they need to do a lot more. I mean, to challenge for the #1 spot is already impossible, but to get a slot onto PMGC,
50 points at the very least.
5 games to go.
50 points.
And let's not forget as well.
Honestly, very doable.
Let's not forget as well, right? Like, teams will also receive points as they go round after round. Like the teams that they need to overtake. So we can't only see that, okay, it's 50 points per se. Considering that you add that question mark plus 50 points per se, I think that, you know, they can start to plan their holiday.
That definitely will be the case for most of these teams who are around that top 8 region. 9 and 10, I think there is a lot of concerns, except for those who have already booked their PMGC spots. So I want to ask you this, since you have also analyzed for teams before, because we start off with bonus points, and there is definitely going to be a gap from the leaders of the board. If that's the case, if you are not somewhere in the middle, more on the lower side of the chart, would you approach this more on a day-to-day performance, or you would just take the stats as it is and just chase for it? Because by chasing upwards like this, sometimes it may look a little bit demotivating.
Yeah, and I guess to answer the question first is that we will need to always look at it as a game by game rather than day by day. If you look at day by day, it's like a set of like 4 or 5 games, right? So it's very hard to look at that. And if you look at that as a day by day, meaning that if you don't do well in the early stages of the game in that day, you will carry it forward to the next game, and then you would kind of like have that thought of like, okay, let's just come back tomorrow. But the comeback doesn't happen tomorrow. The comeback has to happen by the next game. So you need to take it game by game, and that is what the mentality of the players should be like. And they're always reminded that, you know what, even though if you do well, your next game is a whole new game. Whatever eliminations that you get, whatever weapons that you get, whatever performances that you get, the next game is a 0 again.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you got to keep to that mentality of like, okay, yes, I did well this chicken dinner, hooray, feeling good and all that. But if you get sloppy the next game and you get eliminated at number 16, then everything just goes down the drain.
Exactly, just that. I think like that's definitely the right way to actually approach a league, as well as on top of that, a grand finals where every matchup actually matters. So there's definitely no time for them to even pull their brakes. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance does pull their brakes over the top of the hill, as they are trying to overlook some of the regions where Vampire Esports is currently shooting at. So this is just slightly up north of the areas of Hacienda del Patron. Vampire Esports hoping to find catches there. 4 rivals taking too long of a time. I believe they're still around the Crucible. There might just be a flank coming in the way against Vampire Esports, but that definitely will be taking quite a long while. Not only 4 rivals is outside of blue zone, there's also Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, 2 teams on the outside. But now with the shrink of the zone, meaning that a couple of other teams will be on the outside as well. But for Yoodo Alliance, a team that did super well yesterday, the first round inside the Sandhawk, not too hard for them. With 4 more rounds to go, yes, mathematically they could probably still challenge for the championship, but because they dropped that 1 round, it is tough.
It definitely is, but it's still manageable at the very least. Shamil, who interviewed with us yesterday, will be cutting across F1, being very, very sneaky. Rebel Boy has already been tagged from quite afar, coming out of the rest of the members of I do believe is TEM. And Vampire Esports, let's see if they can basically pass by without getting caught, because there's like, what, the 3 teams that we just mentioned. Playing by the lower heels could be a great option.
Well, Yoodo Alliance, at least they have the high ground. And like what you mentioned, the other teams are playing by the lower ground. Yes, it has its advantage, because it's hard to find an angle, just like where F1 is at, for example, right? Like even if you're at Yoodo Alliance location, TEM Entertainment, there's no way you can see him because he's playing by just by those ledges. So it's not all too bad. But when they start fighting, of course, the high ground has always the advantage.
Absolutely do agree. Speaking of high ground, look at Bacon Time. They have been able to climb all the way upwards. Geek Fam have just docked into the scene, and Bacon Time having shorties immediately going for the clips, also trying to land some shots against Snipes. This is a good chance, but they won't be able to land the final tap.
Ooh, if only Shirty didn't need to reload earlier on, he could have probably got a knockdown to Snipes, and now Snipes managed to reset, but it's going to be 1v2 at least. Armstead going to come in for the back. He needs to fight, but it's going to be Shirty winning the fight against Snipes. Geek Fam going to lose 2 players.
And that's going to be Snipes as well as Yuhai down on the ground. Last game we see Snipes getting the MVP, but this seems to be a lot more troublesome than intended for the team. And they will journey that way. Oh, Yuhai's actually alive, so that's actually Micah. I thought it was Yuhai at first. My bad.
Yeah, I know, because I totally understand, because normally Damroot will be paired with Mika, at least in recent times, and Yuhai paired with Snipes, but seems to be changing it up a little bit, probably for this round, or maybe it's going to be for the rest of the day, we don't know yet. But whatever it is, I do hope that the changes that Geek Fam make works out for them, because they are still in the tournament mode, and I'm sure the fans want to see the best out of Geek Fam still.
That's right. Yoodo Alliance have been exchanging bullets with Ego Esports for quite a long time when we have Buriram United. Trying to find numbers back into the squad. They did manage to pick up 1 pointer so far. Only 3 players have dropped out of the map. 2 coming in from Geek Fam early on, where Big Time have shut them down. And Addict Luke, he's always on the long-range scopes, hoping to align the shots coming from the M16. And just look at how quick they will be able to just jiggle peek that, even from a long distance. But we'll take a look at the updated circle to see who gets some advantages moving along.
I'm just holding my breath now. The Infinity still has it. The Xavier has it. FaZe Clan has it as well. So some of the top teams inside of it. Besides that, we have Ego Esports also in the circle, a team that is still eyeing that PMGC slot at least, and a team that slid in onto the teams to watch inside of Buriram, overtaking some of the Thai teams. So it's still a very, very good circle, but nevertheless, I would say it's a balanced circle for most of the teams. There's still like high grounds to play, compounds to stay, and depending on what your play style is, you can just, you know, pick a spot.
It does look very neutral, because even for our FaZe Clan, who is currently in the outskirts of Montenegro, they'll be able to play gatekeeping as well as look for some room of avenue where many teams are committed into fight. Infinity have arrived in scene. DX almost caught them out, and DX actually did find a few members of BRU. C-Sky only down the ground.
If only Lamborghini got that. But then again, even if Lamborghini got that, I think the Infinity, they know how to reset. But the Yoodo Alliance going up against FaZe Clan, 2 teams who didn't do that well in the previous round, especially FaZe Clan. Now Tony K all alone in this compound, goes down to the lower ground, throws a very close range nade, taking that Rebel Boy. Wow, what a move that was.
Well, I've never seen that before. Tony K did manage to get shut down though, coming with a spray down of Shamil into the smokes to clip him. And there is still Olio to try to save the day. Here is GD taking on Boom Esports.
Oh, that was a beautiful move. I haven't seen that as well. But wait a second, that took him a while to
He didn't even see what's coming from the back.
Yeah. And he didn't even see Alan. Like, what? Bruh.
He was so distracted, or he's just on a little bit of panic. But no disco here. FaZe Clan now dropping more and more nades. Lycan connects it against Rebel Boy. But the problem is, they've already lost Tony K, despite him doing so much.
Yeah, MR5 as well, currently down. Ventores needs to come and provide backup. But then again, crossing over to the other side of the road is going to be tough. Shamil will be gunned down by Ventores. Looks like this long-range support is working out for them. And now, FaZe Clan, they need to pick up MR5 quickly. Are they looked down, or Leo, the last man standing?
They're definitely going to be trying to push over onto the smoke, but there's not much that is left. Mortax sent it away, and Ravenclaw actually finds Ventores from the outskirts. The third parties are arriving, and Vampire Esports want some of that blood.
Oh, Ventora's been picked up by Lycan. MR5 needs to be picked up as well. That means that Yoodo Alliance can take this opportunity to reset. Oleo, after one of his teammates, Shamil, is up. Now it's going to be Adi Luke. Oleo being the healer for the team. The good news is that they're currently in the circle, but the fourth phase of the circle can't guarantee that.
It's impressive how Shamil actually saved the entire squad of Yoodo Alliance, or else they won't be able to make a cross safely into the warehouse. And FaZe Clan will have to respect this territory. A lot of all these utilities have already been fully used by FaZe Clan. Now there's no more grenades coming in from Venturas.
Oh, this
they
could be...
a circle though.
Yeah, okay, at least they're in the circle, so they can still buy time for themselves, but it's going to be scary. Now, why I say so, because the Infinity is not in the circle, meaning that they'll fight their way through, and look who's just next to them. It's going to be Xavier. Xavier in the same compound, in the same vicinity, may need to fight their way through.
This is going to be quite heated up inside of Montenegro City, where they will basically have to conclude those fights. Xavier, like you said, trying to hold out against the Infinity. And this will continue on, even Geek Fam, with only 2 members left. They're looking for those pickoffs. Newsy all the way furthest inside of the top end of the water tanks. Though it may not actually yield him any form of takedowns, he does get a lot of information through the elevated angles. Newsy still trying to pull things on, but Infinity, they're looking to charge down, or should I say, charge forward ahead against DX.
Yeah, we don't see this all the time where Newsy is on the back, on the high ground. He's normally at the front, but it looks like a little bit of a change of tactical this time for the Infinity. And this again just shows that they are a very unpredictable team, but unpredictable for Duke to take down Gatsuni.
They should be able to bring themselves back alive. The Xavier, though, that 2-2 sleep will eventually congregate, and this is definitely going to be a problem for the Infinity. But FaZe Clan, they're definitely happy about certain results that's currently happening in the map. Though they weren't exactly involved. More and more smokes coming away. DX, they're cornering up all the members of Infinity, and they're looking forward for this push.
Oh, Rabbids with the nade, the molly, bought time for the Infinity to reset, but Rabbids is now in the same compound. Rabbids with the UMP in hand. They're playing by the edge of the circle. They can still play within it. Mela tosses a nail on the side of Xavier. It will not connect on anyone. Right now, Xavier, they are kind of circling the Infinity.
They definitely are. Still carefully checking every single angles as well as every room that there is. And Infinity, they're kind of stuck right now. They don't really have much choice but to wait until they push forward. SLD, they found a couple of members of Alter Ego taking out Fnatic. As we see another fight break loose against the Vietnamese side. They're charging into the warehouse compound, but we're also focusing back onto these solid plays that is being displayed by DX and Infinity.
Oh, the fight in the northern side. And now we see Alter Ego eliminated. It took 18 minutes to see a team eliminated. That is quite a while. But now we're back to the fight between the Infinity and the Xavier. Looks like the fight's not stopping yet. Frankie is on the outside of the zone. We'll need to come in, but we'll need to be careful. Because bacon time is close by. And now Logan to the left opens up the door.
Wait, he's still alive?
Wait, what? He can't connect those shots?
Oh my goodness, he finally did it. Logan, though, has such a relaxed play, but that was basically a first-person perspective. Now Logan gets caught out inside of smoke instead. This is coming in from another team, I do believe. And Logan finally finds that takedown against Ravis.
Oh, Duke now alone here. Frankie is on the other side. Frankie needs to come in, but he needs to pop a smoke. If not, he'll be worried with the long range coming in. But look at this. The current circle does not favor these two teams. They need to make it quick. The Infinity resetting just like the lobbies they are. God turning at the same time, trying to spot out where Buriram United is at the spray. Onto my name, B. Beautiful spray. Blind spray into the smoke. Managed to get a knockdown.
They managed to buy more time, Infinity. They still need to cross the street, though. They need to get past some of all these other teams. And look at that. GDS finally arrived to the scene. BRU trying to hold on for dear life. Grenades being lobbed over the top end and booms. He's going to be able to find those angles once he does do a leap of faith. But that is not necessary.
Ooh.
The grenade will take out 2 players off. And that is BRU already out of game at 13.
Again, it's none other than Alan representing GIDS, but now Xavier may lose Frankie. Duke is now in critical situation. Shirley with the nade tossing onto the side of the Infinity. They need to move into the circle as well, but they need to clear off the Infinity. At the same time, we can see that Duke will be taken down. It's going to be Frankie the last man, but the last man is taken by the Infinity.
Infinity now lobbing nades after nades against Shirties. Another top fragger in the competition where Mela has been spotted out, and he will be brought to his knees. Thankfully, that nade he managed to toss first and foremost, or else he might actually be blowing himself up. Boom, though. Goes out at 11. Only 1 point of eliminations.
Yeah, boom going boom at number 11. 5 elimination points in the hands of GIDS. And now Bacon Time needs to cross the road. The circle does not favor them. We can see the zone moving in, putting pressure on the Bacon Time as well as the Infinity. Mela is currently down. Gartuni is still alive, but now Bacon Time with a full squad in front of them. It's going to be tough for the Infinity to move.
Now only 9 more teams remain, and it's still so hard for them to find ground as they have to cross through the street. The moment they do, they will eventually be seeked out by the entire squads. And FaZe Clan is still holding on strong to the section. Infinity has only 1 player left outside of the play zone and trailing right in. Can Gatuni actually survive? This is only phase 5.
Oh, it looks like Gatuni is just going in for the heals. Nothing much he can do. He's kind of locked in on the other side. Even if he chooses to cross, he'll be exposed to gunfire and he will give that point away to any other team. So that's not something that he wants to do. But the Vampires takes out TEM Entertainment. TEM Entertainment seems to be in trouble.
Making time like you predicted, it happens doing so well. 6 points already secured. MR5 now going for some shreds against the team that I've just mentioned. Zaybot will have his vehicle crushed up while Booms finds another player out of Ravenclaw. That's 1 member down from the side of from Vampire Esports while TEM goes out. There's only 8 more teams, and FaZe Clan, they're taking charge, and MR5 spots out Yoodo Alliance after waiting for so long.
Check out how fast Lycan flicked, and he managed to get a knockdown onto Shamil. Beautiful coming for him. Yoodo Alliance down to the last man. But now the team with the full squad, we have GD, GIDS, we have Bacon Time and SLD maybe, but SLD will lose Gosu to Vintores. That's going to be the 4th elimination given to FaZe Clan for sure.
8 times scope on his mini 14. He sees it all. Vintores could bring so much back to the team. But then again, the circle is straying away from the rest of FaZe Clan. So they're forced to move into the outskirts of FaZe Clan. They have to approach cautiously. 4 Rivals is still very nearby. Speaking of which, they managed to catch out Gosu, trying to sneak up upon them while they also take on Bacon Time.
The long range coming in for April, putting pressure onto Bacon Time, who's currently in the circle. 4 Rivals does not have the circle. They need to move. They do have a vehicle though, but they need to be careful because on their left there's another team. That's going to be SLD waiting for them. At the same time, we can see that Alan gets a knockdown. Vintores finishes off 1 as well, but it's not done yet. In fact, Vintores doesn't have enough cover. He needs to retreat.
More top spot in the way. Vintores does have the buggy to book out if he really wants to. Shirties now tagging onto Gatuni. That is the end for the Infinity. Still a respectable 8th place finish with only 3 takedowns, but look at that. FaZe Clan is on the chase, still on the push. Lycan seeking him out, and they've managed to find that knock against GD, but there's more across the road.
Oh, FaZe Clan needs to plan their way through. They have a little bit of the circle, but the next circle might not favor them. Speaking about circles not favoring, we have a couple of teams still on the outside as well. Bamburu managed to knock down Quan Chi. Beautiful, beautiful spray to take off his vehicle, but GD, GIDS masters on circle right now.
GD trying to take over control, but there is too many angles they really have to worry about because 4 Rivals, they're about to strike from the northern point. They're shooting right back, while Oleo has been caught out from Yoodo Alliance. And that will make it 7th place finish. Bamburu comes in.
Oh, Bamburu knocked down. Drongzin trying to escape the blue. Drongzin can't make it in time, but Drongzin will be knocked down, unfortunately. It's going to be tough for SLD now. SLD will be eliminated at number 6, 4 elimination points. Now we have our top 5 teams, GD, GIDS, still holding strongly in the circle.
We'll see whether or not can 4 Rivals actually make the cut though. Bacon Time is also aiming upon him along with GD.
Close.
So that's a problem eliminated for GD overall to force this defense. Every other team has been able to make the cut into the circle, but it's all surrounded. Bacon Time gets so many points in this matchup.
GD, GIDS still holding strongly, but they have Vampires coming onto them. 10 elimination points for Bacon Time. Where did they get those elimination points from? But Vampire spots out Alan. Alan, the Starman for GD, GIDS, will be taking off a stone. And now the Vampires, that comes in on the right. But the circle still favors GIDS. The Vampires will still need to find their way through. But FaZe Clan will be waiting for them on the other side.
But the only problem for GD is that they're hiding inside the shack. They're definitely not going to reveal their location for now. They're trying to defend while they have already spotted a few members on the outskirts. They bought down Don. It's Flip as well as Stone tag teaming him down.
Oh, I didn't thought that was a mini 14 because he shot like an automatic rifle. But now Shreps need to find their way. They still need to clear out GIDS with still within the last man standing.
Just hiding behind a rock and a buggy. Not too certain if GD can be able to make it all the way to complete this run. And FaZe Clan, they desperately need this chicken dinner in order to chase up against Infinity. And this is their only chance in order to make the cut. Vampire Esports on the outskirts, having a vehicle to try to rotate if they need to. Make that too with the buggy as well. Grenades unlocked in. Big in time. Very healthy with 4 members left, but they're on the outskirts challenging FaZe Clan.
Oh, at the same time, we might see a all-Thailand finale. Keep your eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. The circle still does not favor Vampires, but they spot up Victorious. Victorious got down by Stone from afar. Chance to secure that elimination point. FaZe Clan will lose another player, but at the same time, we can see that Like It will be got down as well. FaZe Clan falling apart.
What a beautiful angle coming in from Bacon Time. They have managed to take out 2 players of FaZe Clan, leaving only Mem R5, and he's trying to heal up. I don't think he'll be able to survive. So that should be just a top 4 finish for FaZe Clan. But look at Vampire Esports. They're pushing in, and they're looking for JD. They will get it in return. Now, potential 4 versus 2, and FaZe Clan will be tagged out.
Oh, 10 elimination points now for the Vampires. Making time though. They have a full squad. Spot out Strap. Long range from 9 Knots. Not pulled the trigger just yet. Stone behind the Stone literally. 9 Knots trying to spot out his target but not able to find out where they are. But finally he does. Stone behind a big large rock. Stone only 40% of health left. Ice will be shot down by Shrubs. Stone the last man standing.
He still has 1 frag grenade, and he needs to land it on top of both Nine Noisy as well as Armstyle. Let's see if he does make the cut, and this maybe will turn things around. But he managed to dodge that grenade. Straps will try to provide a little bit more intel. 1 versus 2, and he gets that knock. Go! He gets it! He gets it! Vampire Esports with a big clutch!
What? And you thought like they had the whole advantage. Holy smokes! That is the biggest clutch inside of the grand finals. Insane! Whoa!
2 versus 1. Stole was running out in the open, and save goes to Bacon Time. They flopped it out. They had the advantage. They didn't manage to hold on, and Vampire Esports prevailed, all thanks to Stone, the player that has won titles in Southeast Asia, the player that have been able to secure that PMWI title is here to show us how a perfect game of Buriram should end.
How? How?
He was so composed. He was so composed. He utilized that final grenade, shoves them away from that tree, and I think from there onwards, he found that angle. But there was also great grenades that we saw coming in from Tony K, where he take a leap of faith, lands that grenade, but unfortunately, there was Shamil that's been able to pull him down on his knees, and that also makes FaZe Clan a little bit more fragile, but they held onto this area of play for the longest of time until they need to make their way across in the late game.
The shot onto the tree, just to pin down one, that's okay, that's cool. But the flick to the left onto the high ground to take out the final member of Bacon Time, that is godlike reflex.
That is something that we don't see every day. And we also seen great reflex coming in from MR5 early on. But down to this very moment, look at that. Stone didn't only clutch that car play. He took out 1 member of GD, went in for FaZe Clan, and remember, there was Streps that has provided a lot of assistance, right? So Streps, he pushes forward, he finds Initial, and it was down to that Thailand showdown where we have 2 versus 1. And he have immediately sniffed them out. He just snapped his crosshair so quickly, and this is why all the Thai players are known to be some of the best in the world.
You know, it reminds me of G9.
Yes.
He used to be able to pull off this kind of crazy fast moves like flicking from one
end of the
angle
map
to the,
yeah,
one end of the map to the other end of the map, and he still managed to clutch like 2-3 people. My goodness, this like brings me back memories of like when I was watching G9 pulling that off at the PMW. I could remember clearly because I did a clip of that. But amazing play by Vampires. My goodness.
And
Whoa.
that is a total of 29 points secured with 14 eliminations, all thanks to Stone Straps heading into the final hour. But look at this as well. Bacon Time secures another 24-pointer, while FaZe Clan adds that 13 on the block. GD, this is also a really big round to be able to let them sustain for longer against a team that are chasing upon them on the second half of the bracket.
Oh man, I'm still bamboozled. But whatever happened, oh man, that was crazy. But anyway, it just shows again that why Thai teams have a big stat inside of the Miramar map. Of course, it's gonna be Stone. What you talking about, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
The damage was immense. The takedowns, I would say, was inhuman. Same goes to the reaction as well. 7 takedowns, and you're telling me it was what? 34% contribution? This guy has worked more than 50% of the points from takedowns alone.
Yeah, and 6.1 MVP point. Though his longest elimination distance is only 95, but come on, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as you secure those elimination points, you do the work for your team, a lot of damage dished out. And because of that now, we can see that the Vampires, well, they already got a PMGC slot, but nevertheless, like what you said, it's bragging rights, right?
But GD, this was an important round for them. Vampire Esports, sure, they got themselves that chicken dinner. Nothing much will remain changed for now. But take a look at this. We have to look at NFT as well as Ego Esports. They are sliding down the chart, and GD have saved themselves from a really dire situation, while FaZe Clan, look at what we've got, 197 points versus 209, and Infinity didn't manage to get too much of pointers in this map.
Yeah, that brings their points closer to a 12 points gap between FaZe Clan and Infinity. Now 12 points, of course, anything can happen, so you've got to keep your eye on that. But on the other end, NFT Esports 121, it's about a 20-ish point gap with the slot onto PMGC, so that's a little bit worrying for our bottom 4 boys.
Exactly that, and I'm not even certain with so little maps left, is there going to be any chance that they could basically get into the PMGC, but well, I think that's for later's concern, where we go back into this insane game of Miramar. Sure, in the top 4, we see 4 of the finalists in Thailand to duke it all out by the tortoise of Montenegro. And I'm also very impressed by GD on their performance for today. Inside of Sanok, they did quite tremendous work. And then they took a really long rotation, cut into Valdemar, and they sneaked right behind, and then directly into where the center of the circle was at. And they were not punished until much later on.
Yeah, they became GD the Explorer. Yeah,
so kind of works out for me. I like that.
You like that word? Yeah, that's the new branding now, because it came like naturally because they dropped on the southern side of Los Leones, so the circle's on the left, so they had the longest travel route among all these top 4 teams. So that's to be fair to them. But I do kind of like the name GD the Explorer. Used with commercial.
Exactly that, and I think that there's a lot more to explore heading to our upcoming games, but there is going to be a little bit of time of a break later on because, yeah, it's about dinner time. So I think like we should get ourselves a dinner, but before that, I think you have something to say.
Oh, I have a lot to say. It's not something, it's a lot, okay? I gotta say thank you to our official smartphone partner, Realme, for being with us. This is the GT Neo 3 that comes with a MediaTek Dimensity 8105G chipset and a dedicated display chipset. And our official livestream partner, TikTok, as well. Hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge. Put it in your content whenever you create any PUBG Mobile content. You could be featured on PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH. And thank you, since it's dinner time, to our official food delivery partner, GrabFood as well. Do place your orders through GrabFood, and you still have time to do that while we head on to the break after this.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber the players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguise gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. Disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange Garden Parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in Ranked Mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so the players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam musuh elemental Papa Boy PUBG Mobile Esport พร้อมโหลดปะพร้อมไม่ต้องงงค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา4 Eve คูลสุดๆดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่เคยได้เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรามีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟิล์มเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GNexus. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just check in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! 5 flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTV3, Neo Speed Awakens.
And welcome back from dinner time. This is the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. You're with me here, Contra, as well as Sir Cloud, to bring you through the final day of action here in the Southeast Asia Championship. And we're still looking at the charts. There's going to be a whole lot of contention for the top title, where Infinity still holds on to number one, but FaZe Clan is approaching closer.
Yeah, approaching closer. We have a couple more games to go, so anything can still happen. Not only at the top, but also at page number 2, whereby some of the teams still have the opportunity to break into the PMGC slot as well. A lot of slots on the line, a lot of slots available. Basically, only the bottom 4 will be eliminated. And for now, the bottom 4 that we see, they do not have a direct slot, so they need to fight their way through. But what an amazing clutch it was coming in from Stone.
That's right, you guys definitely have to go for the replays to take a look at how Stone closed out that chicken dinner to obtain the top spot away from Bacon Time, and Shreb did that perfect 1,000 damage. I think that's the very first time that we see a perfect 1,000, but then again, Stone has definitely did all the finishing touches as he managed to take down Shirties and the rest of Bacon Time.
Yeah, amazing. I think that will come down, they will definitely get into the highlights as one of the top plays in the grand finals. But that is game number 2. We have game number 3 coming up soon. Again, it's going to be in Miramar, and it's going to be the final Miramar inside of the grand finals. After that, we're going to head into 3 Erangos back-to-back before we crown our champions.
That's right, and there's only 4 matches here to see who will be able to lift that trophy by the end of the night. It all culminates right here. Many weeks of action, and I gotta say, with so many slots for all these teams in Southeast Asia, I really do wonder how will they fare against the rest of the world when you have so many great teams that are waiting online. When my goodness, I really can't choose to see who's going to be able to win the PMGC eventually.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, right? A lot of these great teams across the world will be meeting at a certain point. But you guys can take this opportunity to kind of virtually meet Biu as well. The Wait First Baby giveaway time is currently available in-game. So the voice mail is in-game, but you guys can comment and win as well. So comment inside, tell us your favorite line, and who knows, you could be the lucky one.
That's right, and all you have to do is just, like Sir Carl say, you can basically play those games, complete those daily missions, get the lucky spin, get all the voice packs if you can. Just keep spinning, just keep spinning, and you will basically love all the collection of pro player packs that you will have.
Yeah, including this new collection that's currently bundled together with the new Royal Pass available right now inside the game. It's called a Masked Crusader set, and as like what you mentioned, right? If you have this, you'll probably be the master of Miramar.
Well, I think VPE Stone might have actually gotten this skin already by now, but there's also a lot of high-octane action happening here in PUBG Mobile, where you can also secure yourself the facilities with Cruise Speed, Comes Real Attitude, the first original PUBG Mobile vehicle.
Bobo Boy Quasi Elemental available in game too. So if you do see some of your favorite stars, some of your favorite players using some of these ornaments or bag or whatever it is, you know, just that's like kind of like a preview for you guys, for you to guys get yourself inside the game.
That's right, and we also do have the watch party happening by the end of the month. So it's not over just yet after the SEA Finals, where we will see some of the best team of Malaysia on varsity level to be contending for the top 4 spot to PNNC. We'll be there by 5 p.m. at Lepaking, KL.
Yeah, so be there or be square, or you can be at the square, you know, just saying. But anyway, it's also an opportunity for you guys to win giveaways as well. Besides supporting your favorite team, the top 4 will move on to PMNC, which is the most slots that we have had from the PMCC so far. But we only have limited slots for prediction, and this will be the teams that we predict for the next round. Yoodo Alliance, wow, you're looking for a comeback?
Yeah, I think they do really well inside of Miramar matches, and that should be a good sign for the team that has been chasing to the top as well. Though with a lot of great performances coming from the Thai teams, they definitely need to buckle up for this ride.
Yeah, they did get the chicken dinner yesterday inside of Miramar too, so not too shabby for Yoodo Alliance. However, today itself hasn't been a day yet, with 4 more rounds to go. well, anything can happen. Who knows if they can come up with a miraculous like triple, quadruple chicken dinner. You never know if they could take that top. Mathematically, it's still possible.
That's right, and Alter Ego, I think they've been looking extremely great, especially during the early round that we had today in South Sanok. So they're just basically accumulating multiple points by the end of each match, and I believe that, yeah, they will do exactly the same heading into Miramar. So are we going to see any more clutches, Sir Cloud? Because that was phenomenal coming in from Stone, but we'll still keep an eye out throughout the course of the battle on how the teams fare, because we've already taken a look at the whole overall standings. There's still a few teams that could still catch up to GD, but GD also had an impressive round securing the top 4.
Yeah, GD, GIDS, securing top 4, probably. Securing number 1, I don't know. But then again, let's leave that to this next round to kind of decide like how or who will be the best contenders for the number 1 spot. Like what I mentioned earlier on, I think the 2 Miramar rounds will be super duper crucial, and that was sort of give us a glimpse into like who might be the champions, and that's where we can start like counting really the numbers on like, okay, which team has that best possibility of getting that chicken dinner, and some teams, not chicken dinner, that number 1 spot, some teams might not be able to get it at all. But anyway, let's leave it on to Miramar.
And here we go into our final Miramar match here in the SEA Championship Day 3, and we have already seen so many big plays, highlights, and now down to the final showdown before we get our back-to-back-to-back Iron Goal matches.
Yeah, it's going to be a final Miramar of the Grand Finals in the Southeast Asia Championship this season. So look at the flight path. Impala is a little bit of a distance, but it's still reachable. But because Chumacera is right by the flight path as well, we won't expect to see Ego Esports challenging Buriram United inside Impala. And plus, right now, looking at their current standings as well, that time when they challenged Buriram United, it still kind of makes sense. They're just next to each other. But at this point, the gap is a little bit far. So I don't think it really makes sense for Ego Esports to just go try hard onto them. But speaking about trying hard, El Pozo, Bacon Time, D Xavier, same compound. This has happened before.
Right after dinner time, Bacon Time has never even stopped on their firepower, and they were trying to tag out players coming in from the Xavier. And this is the very first time we see a little bit of contention inside that big city. Meanwhile, over on the south side, we'll keep an eye out for teams like Alter Ego, GD, as well as Yoodo Alliance. This is where we'll get the circle. So many of the players have been familiarizing themselves around these hillsides of Chumacera, and across the board, I think like this is going to be a decent rotation for plenty of teams. It's really down to how they hold those areas of play, and I believe it was just like yesterday's round, we got something similar.
Yeah, I think the circle this time it was fairly kind. And maybe because it's like, oh, okay, it's a final round. Let's give a nice one for these teams. Earlier on, the circle was slightly on the left, so maybe a little bit challenging for those teams on the right. But anyway, this kind of circle, it's okay. I would say there's a lot of neutrality to this circle.
Yep, and there's also a lot of safety net. Lippy did hold on very well for NFT Esports in the past round, during, I believe, a top 5 finish. And then, of course, there was a lot of players coming from GD that was contending against them. So, at the moment, Eagle Esports, they have not been able to circumvent some of all these other teams on their attacks. And I think like they've been halted for quite some time already. And they need a lot of points here to catch up against GD. We've seen them doing very well from Miramar rounds into Angle. And let's see if they could basically safely get in the circle again. Meanwhile, SLD, only at 15, not looking as hot as it should. And of course, when you talk about SLD, they may be the brand new team on the block where they've done so many things to get into the grand finals. But experienced players still seem to have quite the edge here in the PMPL SEA.
SLD feels like a little bit of a deja vu from the league. Like week 1, they were like, oh, that new upcoming rising team that may be the underdog to do really, really well. And then all of a sudden, when it comes to week 2, week 3, as we go on through the weeks, they slide down. So it feels like a deja vu inside the grand finals. Day 1, they were like fairly okay, not too bad. We did talk about them like being one of the teams that have that Cinderella story into the PMGC. But now they're like number 15. So it's like, day 2, kind of missing. Day 3 so far as well. We haven't seen much of SLD. And right now they're number 15. The only team behind them is Boom with 96 points. My side quest wish right now is to see Boom not end up with only 2 digits.
Right. I believe that with a total of 4 rounds to play, it should be sufficient for them to at least secure 1 point per round.
That's the worst case scenario.
Probably by this round itself, they should be getting themselves that triple digit. So I believe that this competition is so stacked that even top teams like Vampire Esports, who have shown us quite the clutch, are still sitting around 11th spot as well. We've already focused on the top teams, but today seems to be a great day for Big in Time. Sure, they did not get that chicken dinner, but they have already gotten 2. Well, I gotta say that round inside Miramar was still pretty high in terms of frag numbers as well as in terms of ranking points. They did have a little bit more lacking back in the standout round where they averaged top 2 finish until they were scouted out by Alter Ego. And look at Alter Ego currently sitting at 6.
Yeah, definitely flexing the ego up there. But anyway, Alter Ego has the direct pass onto the PMGC. And we're not talking about the PMGC League. They have a direct pass onto the PMGC Finals. But anyway, because they don't have a direct pass onto the league, you always want to be part of the Pro League, of course, because of financial reasons. You'll be part of the prize pool. Or is there any? I don't know yet. But anyway, you always want to be playing. You want to get that exposure for yourself, whether it's externally or internally. So you definitely want that slot. We can safely say that Alter Ego, we will definitely see them in the PMGC League. It's a question of whether they can pull off a surprise and catch up onto the Infinity. Of course, the difference is 47 points. It's a little bit steep, but I think this round will determine that.
That's right. And Big in Time already have a few players challenging Boom Esports back. Damage being done into these outskirt areas of play. Boom Esports will have to give a little bit more wiggle room for the rest of Big in Time for now. I think it's too much of a risk, and Bobo who will just recuperate with the team while still sending a couple of shots there. This is looking pretty feisty with those long-range shots coming from Boom.
Ooh, Big in Time as well, disengaging. Nobody wants to go out early. This reminds me of like the previous rounds whereby early of the stage, everyone's playing safe. Nobody wants to get eliminated early. And it is still at the stage where players or teams just don't go gung-ho against each other. We may see that in the final 2 games, but so far everyone's still holding on to the possibility of finishing as high as possible.
That's right. We also have a look at Buriram United. With the back-to-back chicken dinner from yesterday, they are currently sitting at top 4, only 1 point behind Big in Time, who's currently on 3rd. The Savior, top 8, and their performance have been rather consistent. I think like the biggest surprise factor in this grand finals, I expected TEM to be some of the hot shots in the 3 days of run. But I don't really see that they have been sticking to the same plan overall.
Ooh, okay. Another nice, interesting spot. But to land a shot onto Frankie from that distance is a little bit ambitious. Not gonna lie about that. But it kind of exposes location as well. But at least it works both ways, right? It exposes his position. If the Xavier wants to play aggressive, maybe they can try something ambitious. But if not, it's warning shots towards the Xavier to not go that direction when they need to.
Right, Yoodo Alliance to be able to actually get some really good angles from on the outskirts of Jamashera. Rebel Boy have significantly improved the last couple of tournaments that they've played, and Schweppes.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, he's rolling it down, but Vampire Esports is still safe. They might need to forsake 1 vehicle as we have 8 minutes to play. All the players are intact. we'll keep a close eye onto Vampire Esports Custom as one of the scariest players to deal with on a 1v1 situation, even 1v2. Like, could he 1v4? I wonder.
Well, I wouldn't want to find out personally. I think if it's me, it was like 1v10 and he'll still win.
It does definitely feel like it.
Yeah. Like, it reminds me of Ip Man, you know?
Oh.
Yeah.
I know that quote.
Oh, you know that quote?
1v10?
Yeah, 1v10. I want to 1v10.
Happy did a 1v10 though.
Well, he did. He got 10 elimination points.
Yeah, that record has still not been broken by anyone else inside of Erangel. Now, take a closer look. We're going to be having a mirror matchup of what we had in the past game. DX now takes over the spot where FaZe Clan was at previously. Infinity now planted in the better location as compared to the city inside of Monte Nuevo. And Ego Esports will be charging towards the direction of Infinity. So we're about to get some close battles eventually. And BRU, so trying to figure out how to really approach this because they've been late to the scene. A lot of these areas are now vacated with players waiting for them.
Oh, yeah. We did see the circle move towards the left, right? So I guess that's why we see that happening. Right now, we can see as well that GIDS is playing the same strat as before. Like before, you pointed out that the rotation was through the southern side and into the circle. It looks like it's going to be a routine move here for GIDS.
That's right. FaZe Clan now have gotten themselves a huge wide swing of rotation. And for the fact that they were moving in from Picado, they have so much access from the early game, but they tend to move rather Slade.
Ooh.
And Kwang, my goodness. He did land a tag onto Ventoris' helmet. Thankfully, everything seems to be okay, but these vehicles needs to be parked properly. They will be safe from harm's way at the very least. FaZe Clan, this is that round to turn the tides before we head into Angle because we've seen so many consistent rounds coming for Infinity when they play in the classic map. Can't be too sure whether if FaZe Clan can catch up by then.
Should be able to, still. But of course, but yeah, the Infinity today is, but we only played like what, 2 games, completed 2 games so far. So they kind of like contrast each other. Like the Infinity game 1 was better than FaZe Clan, game 2 FaZe Clan better than the Infinity. So that made the gap like still remain around the areas of 12 points. So it's not too far away. Hence, the Infinity, they shouldn't be comfortable with wherever they are right now. But let's not forget about the Bacon Time, Buriram United. Just look at their points. Also not too far away. Even, I would say, Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego. I think that the cutoff point is up to Alter Ego for now. If any team would catch up onto the Infinity, any team else?
Maybe 4 rivals. It's a big maybe.
You put in 4 rivals.
Say.
If you put in 4 rivals, you have to put in the Xavier. If you put in the Xavier, you have to put in TEM Entertainment because it's only 2 points.
Make it a 9 horse race to the top.
Okay, I'll take a 9.
Okay, I think like you're absolutely right. Alter Ego probably is the best cutoff point because if we average say 15 to 18 points around, then it looks very feasible for them to catch up against the Infinity. But that's also with a few conditions that anyone on top don't perform, which likely isn't the case. They're hoping that maybe a 5-pointer or a 3-pointer, which is still within the grasp. Now take a look at this. F1, I think he just sniffed out all 4 members of GD, but he's getting tagged already.
I want to put in the realistic thought on that, all right?
Right.
I think it's a 2-way horse race.
2-way horse race.
Yeah, I think it's 1 and 2. Mathematically, yeah, you might want to say, well, they go, yeah. But I still think it's a 2-way horse race. Considering like how they're performing, that's number 1. Number 2, how close their points are, and there is a slight gap, or rather big gap between FaZe Clan and Bacon Time. I still think it's the border. Because we must remember, it's not only about the gap right now.
Right.
They will also collect points as we go round by round.
Exactly. And the only possibility for other teams to basically make it more of an even race is actually from Bacon Time as well as Buriram United. Now tags going into FaZe Clan, and do, almost landing the shots against MR5. Now, bring back to the point, if Bacon Time as well as Buriram United gets a chicken dinner, and say, if so happen that FaZe Clan as well as Infinity don't receive enough points in this round, it's going to be a high possibility that we have a third horse in the race.
Okay, so we'll leave it to the end of this round.
Yeah.
Right. So I still think by the end of this round, then we'll pretty much know. But okay, this is a very interesting circle, and you know why? Okay, you see the like a bump on the left of the map. Okay, that's actually an unplayable ground. Like there's no way you can climb up onto that. So meaning that there's a little bit, you say 10% that it's unplayable, 90% is still. But because of that 10%, it would still force teams to meet with each other earlier on. And speaking about meeting, the first blood, boom, has been given to Yummy, and they've gotten it over another Indonesian team, NFT.
Yeah, and overall, Bloom Esports start off on a really great note. They managed to find a catch onto Big Time. ISIS won't have any form of saving grace, I do believe, as they are having only one player over top, but knowing Noisy, okay, he should be able to run to get him back into safety. Bacon Time as well as Infinity, they're not too far apart from one another, and Bacon Time never really needed to rotate all too far since this is still around the region of El Pozo, as well as Montenevo. And easy access does not mean that they'll be able to hold out, though. They can't be all too greedy in the early rounds, and boom. So keeping a close eyes watch, Ventorius finds a player out of SLD.
It's going to be one out for SLD. Not too sure how the rest are doing at this moment, but with SLD losing one player, it's not good news, considering that they may slide down below Boom, because Boom got 2 elimination points. But speaking about eliminations, the elimination feed is going wild.
Yeah, one after another they falter while Vampire Esports drive deeper in the city, about to meet up with the rest of the Savior. This is going to be a little bit risky for the team. They've just won that chicken dinner, and they're quite separated for now. Yummy gets attacked onto Buriram. And for some reason, you mentioned about that unplayable area. GD's just across that corner.
Okay, GD's area on the left of them is unplayable, but the location where GD is at, they...
Still playable.
Yeah, it's playable. Obviously, that's why they're there. But that gives a little bit of advantage because of the high ground. So teams need to come towards them, considering if they still have to circle the next round. But at least they will have a lot of information on where teams will be rotating at.
Yeah, and that is definitely a very vital spot for the team overall. Whereas, if you imagine the circle close all the way in, it might end up in the middle of the highway. There's going to be flat grounds out there, and JD could just wait and pick each of these players that comes into the rotation. Unfortunately for Buriram United, their journey inside Miramar will end very early.
Well, that's any good news for Boom. They are only like, what, 7 points away, 8 points away from tying with SLD, and that possibly might put SLD at number 16 and raise Boom up from the bottom. You always don't want to end up at the bottom spot by the end of the tournament.
That's right, and Boom Esports, like you said, are looking to break into the triple-digit marker. TEM Entertainment will lose bevy from here on, when Vampire Esports have been proactive over the top side, now marking onto Sozip. He's going to be able to get himself into safety for now. And Vampire Esports, they still have a little bit more of a commotion coming in from different angles, and they will try to give out a little bit more spacing for TEM Entertainment to work with.
Vampire Esports has a high ground now, but they need to deal with Yoodo Alliance, who is just right in front of them. They don't have the circle at this moment, so they might need to fight their way through, but they need to be careful of another team behind them. Stone starts his move, and Stone, luckily his vehicle didn't roll. If his vehicle rolled...
I was really concerned because it looked kind of stuck for a moment, and at least he will continue to move on. The rest of TEM Entertainment may not be able to catch up to that speed for now. They're slowly trailing into the circle, and there's so little grounds for coverage. Everybody have to take the high ground. And we see Micah finding another player coming out of DX. FaZe Clan will try to eliminate Damroot because they were in that fight much longer. He was the one to knock down dude first. And here goes Ravenclaw coming with a spray down. And we still see a bloodbath of a battle. I believe that is Boom Esports committing against 4 rivals.
I was about to pull my punchline with the stone thingy, but never mind now.
Tell me about it.
No, it's okay, it passed. But anyway, Moment goes down, and that's going to be Ravenclaw getting that elimination point. TEM Entertainment falling apart, 10% of health left, and Ravenclaw, wow, clawing onto TEM Entertainment.
That was quite the cleanup, I would say. And 4 rivals, they find one more refrag, but Octa holds on to dear life. They're looking for more of these frags, but how much can Octa do to save his teammates, though? Appy will have to retreat. That will be the final member left for the side of 4 rivals, while we have Bobo who holding on to that Mini 14. Boom Esports, they are going along with GD to try to tag each other out so that they can gain that control through the Valley of the Hills.
Well, I'm interested with, on the right side, the Infinity, Geek Fam, FaZe Clan, Xavier, 4 teams in the same area. The circle moves towards Appy, the only one in the circle. GIDS should have a problem to get into it.
But Appy is in a really dire state, though. Only 1 member left, and he's just on the lower ground. Geek Fam will be crushed up. FaZe Clan with 4 takedowns, and they will eventually challenge the rest of Bacon Time. And this could be it. They are inching closer and closer to the Infinity. Their nemesis that's currently sitting on the top one. Geek Fam goes down to the hands of Mela instead, and they do get a frag. Mela drops Ventoris.
Oh, Mela now keeping eye on to the other side. They still have FaZe Clan. Now this is the fight that we'll be waiting for. The top 2 teams will be
Tony K.
duking it out. The Neo to the other side. Land on to Tony K, but not enough to take him down.
Tony K pushes back. He is there to aggress, and he is ready to take down Uzi coming in with a push. He gets it! 1 HP left. Such a close call. Tony K gunning for the MVP title.
Oh, but the Infinity, they're not done yet though. They don't have Newsy, but they still have 3 of their players still active, and they decided to disengage and move into the circle.
They have to give away that room to FaZe Clan, but there are shots fired at their vehicles. They're not moving fast enough, and they're going to draw every other attention from all these teams. And there will be shots fired at Logan. He will drop down, and Tony K, he finds Mela. 1 more player left coming in from Infinity.
Oh, Shirley rendezvousing with his teammates inside the circle. They'll be fine by now. But look on the other side, we still have the opportunity to play by the Asian circle. Vampires out in number 9 for elimination points. And at the same time, we can see that GIDS is having a good time.
Taps after taps. Though they only have 3 elimination points, they've been able to tag out many of all these players and chip their health bars apart. Now looking for another Indonesian squad, and that's going to be Alter Ego Esports. There's still vehicles for them to move out and about, and they're still within that grasp of the circle. There is 1 player climbing up the hills, though, that they really have to deal with from Boom Esports.
Now Boom Esports, the current location is at the mid-level of this elevation. Bacon Time, number 8, 1 elimination point. GIDS, they're not stopping yet. Eliminating 9 Noise, but look who has 10 eliminations is Boom.
Boom Esports now trying to overtake every other players from the bottom of the standings. Potato does find Appy, and that will be the end for 4 rivals at 7th place. Let's take a look at that. FaZe Clan, Infinity. Infinity bows out first. Only 4 elimination points. How much more can FaZe Clan get?
Unfortunately, not much, because FaZe Clan only 1 player left, and he's also taking out the blue at the same time. Boom, putting pressure on the Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance currently in the circle, but will be revealed with the 6th space of the circle. Who will in favor? The circle moves towards the high ground onto the left. FaZe Clan is south, and that means that FaZe Clan will still be at number 2.
They will add more points with 6 eliminations on the board on 5th place. But Boom, GD, as well as Alter Ego. 3 Indonesian teams stepping up to the platter, and we still have Yoodo Alliance with 4 members strong, but they are all across the street. That beautiful spray will be refragged by Renalre.
Oh, beautiful spray coming in for Renalre. But then again, he needs to pick up Potato. Potato is currently down. They do have the high ground advantage on the side of GIDS. Still the best part possible for them to be in. Boom, on the other hand, a decent spot as well. But for the other teams on the other side, the worst team in the current location, it is going to be Yoodo Alliance. They need to create a smoke bridge to get onto the other side. If not, they'll be super exposed as the zone puts pressure onto them.
They still have vehicles to book out, but there is Boom Esports at the ready to spray them down. And let's see if this convoy is a success. Already being spotted out. Octa doesn't seem to have those angles. They do get a cross, but not inching anywhere near the circle. And Octa has to hold on. He doesn't have much on his vest. And Yoodo Alliance they can still find the angles against GD.
Oh, Renare gunned down by Dogma for GDG. Yes, the Sir spots out the rest of Alter Ego just right below them. At the same time, we can see that Alan tapping it out onto Yoodo Alliance from another angle as well. He currently has the highest high ground advantage, but he needs to move a little bit forward to be with his teammates in case he gets knocked down. And yes, he will. They will control this area together.
GD playing so methodically. They can basically find every avenue of play. Now, problem lies within for the rest of Alter Ego trying to push up the hills, and ShineLikeDiamond already on duty.
Oh, nice shot coming from ShineLikeDiamond. Gets one, can he get a second one? Tries again, but not able to connect the shots. Third time's the charm, they say, and Renare goes down.
Only one player left, though. And I'm not too sure what they can make out of this. Alter Ego Esports secures a top 4 at the very least with 6 elims. And now moving on, Yoodo Alliance pushing through the lower ground against GD.
Oh, Daybon coming in for the right. Looks like Olio right in front of him. Daybon with the UMP. No extended mag. He has a smoke. He tosses it out. Tries to cover another angle. Repo Boy at the lower ground providing support to his teammates. And at the same time, we can see that boom shooting in from the left, putting pressure on the Yoodo Alliance.
Boom Esports, they just have to play this one slowly while Yoodo Alliance is already on that engagement against Daybot as well as Alan. That grenade does clip Alan at the back, as ShineLikeDiamond needs to provide a little bit more cover space. Circle now, right in. That grenade will not take down Daybot just yet, but 3 members of Yoodo Alliance, they can push in.
Oh, Adilu, this nade could land! Beautiful nade from Adilu, taking on Daybot. This could be an opening for Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance does have the circle. They still need to find their way through. Yoodo Alliance at the lower ground, still on the high ground, but now he needs to retreat with 10% of health.
They have so little HP and they're just running for cover, but they will still be spotted out. Grenades are flying in. ShineLikeDiamond, how much can he hold on to? Olio on the hunt, will snap him out, and that will be it. It's between Yoodo Alliance versus Boom Esports.
Oh, Leo looks like they're not dodging, but Olio got down for 4. Right at this moment, boom! They have control of the circle. With Olio down, it's going to be tough for them to pick him up. Yummy spots out Shami on the other side. The name will be cooked up. They want to secure their elimination point. It's going to be number 12 for Boom.
Yoodo Alliance now on an even matchup, and they still manage to go in for a rescue. This will be optimal for Octa if it peaks right now. Luke, he's watching from the outskirts though. He tries to crawl in from the top end of the hill, and there it is. Yummy trying to hold on, but Luke, he's being clipped by the blue zone.
Boom Esports, they know that they have the circle. They're not making the big move just yet. They're waiting for their opponent to come towards them. Pressure will be on the Yoodo Alliance as the zone is starting to close in onto them. We can see that Repo Boy together with his teammates. They have the vehicle though. They have a vehicle, but looks like Repo Boy is going in for the flag. He may see Octa soon, but looks like he stopped. He'll wait for the right moment. Tries to spot out where exactly Octa is at. Luke super low, and Octa starts to shoot.
The 3 members versus 1 Octa, he couldn't hold on for long. Bobo who needs to provide assist, and he find 1 player out of Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, but Shamir trades it back onto Octa. So they managed to get 1 at least. Repo Boy managed to reset. Luke coming in from the top. Luke spots out Yummy. Boo knows exactly where Yoodo Alliance is at. Boo right behind, trying to find a good angle to take out members of Yoodo Alliance.
So little cover left for the side of Boom Esports, and Luke, he's on the approach. He's targeting Yummy. He does get the angle. He does not land the shots though. Gonna try for another time, but he scouts. Oh! Only 1 more left.
Double elimination. 3rd chicken dinner for Yoodo Alliance. What a gameplay it was. They are dominating Buriram by themselves.
Again and again, they got 1 in the back from yesterday's run, and they will do it 1 more time to close off the final matchup in Miramar. They could just be the kings for all you know. And the chances to chase upwards against all the other Thai opponents gunning for the title, now there is hope for Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance in the grand finals. I can say that we can crown them as the kings of Miramar. They are the team to secure the most chicken dinners inside of Miramar itself. What an amazing gameplay it was. The odds were against them. They didn't have to circle. They came in for the lower ground. They had to find their way through. They had to go through the road. It was amazing coming in from Yoodo Alliance. What a play that was.
There's so many great fights that have happened through those hills. We see 4 rivals attempt fate by trying to take down members of Boom Esports, but they prevailed and they held on for so long. And I was also surprised that GD was taken back. This was the 1v1 that we've waited for. Tony K has managed to take out Muzi.
Ooh, yeah, that was one as well. That was a big one as well because Tony K, of course, is gunning for the FMVP. And besides that as well, they definitely want that #1 spot now with I would say, okay, the Infinity went out before FaZe Clan. That means the gap has closed it. But I do still think that the Infinity is still on top, but the gap is just like a single digit by now. But anyway, all celebrations for Yoodo Alliance with this kind of performance, with this kind of chicken dinner. They definitely will secure themselves on the PMGC.
Big performances coming from not only Yoodo Alliance, but also Boom Esports. The amount of takedowns that they did have definitely surpasses most of the team that was battling. Having Luke come in with the final 2 takedowns to take this final Miramar chicken dinner home. And lo and behold, Yoodo Alliance, they have got this one in the back, but could they have more for the taking as they are still within that top 5 ratio? So we will have to add up those points.
Yeah, we got to add up those points. They should be in the top 5, but how far are they from the #1 spot? That's the bigger question, I think. Can't wait to see the points being tallied up later on. But look at the amount of utilities used by Yoodo Alliance. It just shows that the amount of fight they have to put inside this round. As compared to like GIDS, firstly, they got a circle, they got a high ground, they played by the end that not many people will play. Hence, they didn't need to use that many utilities. But however, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's just a storytelling of how much work these teams had to put in. Yoodo Alliance worked their hands off.
Exactly, and I believe that they were running all around and they had to push up those hills. And I love the coordination coming from the team overall that has been able to reward them with this success. They close around with 11 total frags. That ties with Boom Esports, but of course the chicken dinner will be the difference between these two teams. With 26 over on Yoodo Alliance, Boom Esports with 23, and of course 18 for GID.
I'm counting down to my phone, getting a text soon from a very important person from YouTube. Just saying, from you. Yeah,
we'll be waiting.
I'm waiting.
Let them celebrate first.
Yeah, we're from the future, by the way, right? So I'm pretty sure that when it reaches the present time in the other side of the world, then well, we'll get a text very, very soon. But anyway, congratulations to Yoodo Alliance. And there are a couple of teams that didn't do that well in this round. TEM Entertainment, again, they are sliding down.
Meanwhile, it's Boom Esports that goes on an upwards trajectory, and he has contributed 1,200 damage in this round. Like, you look at that green dot is almost touching the very edge of it. Probably one of the highest damage that any players have done within the round. Probably a few more players have been able to put a little bit more effort to be inching close to Yummy, but he has contributed so much throughout this course of the battle. Boom Esports were holding onto that hill for the longest time.
Yeah, and this is, if I'm not mistaken, this also means that Boom will go up. Yes, they're no longer the bottom team. They moved up 2 spots. Yeah, 2 spots. Now can Boom catch up to that PMGC slot? I'm cringing. I'm not too confident about that, but maybe I'll give them one more round. But look at the #1 spot as well. So the difference is now 8 points.
8 points of a difference between FaZe Clan as well as Infinity. And there's still a little bit more chase coming in from Yoodo Alliance, but since they have already got this big win, let's see if they can actually get a lot more momentum heading into the next 3 rounds in Erangel.
Yeah, so next 3 rounds will be in Erangel, a very, very different map. And yesterday we saw a couple of interesting circles. One of the circles that we saw was on the top right, whereby we have that little bit of a lake there separating the 2 halves. So that was a very tough one inside of yesterday's Erangel. But of course, before we talk about the Erangel that's going to come out soon, we're going to recap a little bit of whatever happened earlier on. It was an amazing team play from Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, let's take a look once again as we go into the recap segment. Boom Esports, because of this drop into Trailer Park, they got that advantage against every other team that was vying for a spot by the corner of the map. And to think about this base one, nobody have ever thought that it will close into that top left corner of the circle. So Boom Esports, they have been having that advantage for the longest time. But for Yoodo Alliance, they have to move in from Los Leones. They secured the spine of the hill through La Driela, and they eventually have to book it to race up against GD and Boom Esports.
Look at where Boom Esports and GD they went to. I mean, they were the only two teams that went to that really left high ground. So it's pretty much unchallenged. So they had a really comfortable spot. But of course, as we reach the later stages, Yoodo Alliance, what a fight they had. They didn't have the circle, they had to cross the road. It's always very difficult if you have to cross the road. It's never fun to do that. But they managed to find a way through by creating those smoke bridges. The timing was right as well because GIDS was also busy with Alter Ego. So they took that opportunity to cross that at that timing and landed themselves inside the circle.
That's right, and I think like this was quite the impressive game coming in from the top 4 teams overall, and even more astounding coming from Yoodo Alliance, where they never started this match off with huge advantages, and they make their way through with the chicken dinner. So we're getting ourselves ready for our next coming matchup. So inside of Erangel, we've seen a lot of great teams perform. Buriram United have gotten 2 chicken dinners yesterday, as we have mentioned multiple times already. And before we even get to that, let's head over to some stats before we move on.
Wow, so it's Indonesian domination inside of this map. Most damage, Yami, Allen, Bubuhu. We haven't seen much of Bubuhu, but finally we see him on charts. But next is going to be Erangel. We're going to play 3 Erangel rounds back to back. And, well, we're back to the all-Thailand stats in Erangel.
That's right. FaZe Clan has a tall task ahead. They do secure an average higher in terms of ranking points, but elimination points, I think this is where Newsy have shined best. So today, we may not have seen too many frags from Newsy just yet, so we'll have to take a look at how much more can he deal against all the other teams out there. But Buriram United, they've been securing so many wins already. TM, I think we could basically leave them out for now because it's an absolute no-show.
Yeah, for like what, since day 2?
I feel like they won. They've already seen a little bit of a dip of performance as well.
Yeah, day 1 was, I think day 1 was still okay.
Decent.
These still decent, but day 2 was a no-show, and what you mentioned, day 3 as well. So far, the 3 games that we have seen is a no-show as well from TEM Entertainment. Definitely not entertaining us, unfortunately, but hopefully, at least for fan service, right? I don't think it's possible for them to get the number 1 spot, but as a fan service, they should still put in a good performance for the last 3 rounds.
They have already qualified, I do believe, with enough points to book out, but yeah, we'll see how they will do eventually. But you know what? We also want to hear feedback from you guys on your opinion of the upcoming collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah, put it in the comment section. It won't be released that soon. It's going to happen somewhere in 2023. Well, 2023 is such a big range of a date, right? But anyway, don't worry about that. Worry about your opinion. Put it into the comment section because we want to know.
That's right. Power to the people, power to everyone else that secures this celestial power skin from Power for themselves. So make sure you grab it while it's still in store. And we'll be moving along with our journey in 3 more rounds of play. And what a journey has been, not only for all these teams out there, but for all the management staff that's been taking care of all these players out there. It's been some time, and I know that there's a lot of people who are proud of them.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. I think you pointed that out right. There's some back-end stuff they do things that how should I put it? It's a less appreciative role. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Like they work so hard behind the scenes as well, like even the managers, the coaches, analysts, whoever, maybe the nanny or I don't know, the cleaner or whoever. They work so hard for these teams behind the scenes, and I'd like to take a minute as well to thank all the hardworking people behind the scenes as well for each and every team. We know that you're putting a lot of effort to ensure the teams come in with the best preparation, the best condition possible for them to perform in this PMPL.
And of course, with so little rounds left, well, I think there's a lot of discussion to be made about the top teams overall. I think that's where we will be able to get our focal point of how things run. You know, I know it's not time for prediction just yet. What do you think will be the outcome in general? I have an answer.
Okay.
A Thai team will win. Or Malaysia. Or Malaysia.
You're keeping it really safe, yeah?
Yeah. It's the top 3 teams, I guess.
I think a Thai team will win, or Malaysia, or Indonesia, or maybe Vietnam.
Right.
How safe is that?
Very, very safe. Yep. And so, of course, we get ourselves ready for the next round. Put in your thoughts of who do you think will be crowned as the champion by the end of our final 3 angle. So, Sir Cloud, FaZe Clan, they did get themselves more points in the past round. Now, I believe it's less than 10 digits for them to chase up against Infinity, is it?
For FaZe Clan, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. Now you're testing my memory, but it's about like 8 points or 7 points or so difference between them and Infinity. Basically, we already did a pre-calculation when that round ended that the point difference will be 1 digit. And 1 digit, we all know that one round can just change it all easily. However, we are talking about the top 2 teams, right? And the top 2 teams, they might either cancel each other, or even if they don't cancel each other, I do think that their point difference, when they gather it, after we calculate later on, it would still be a close call.
Indeed, it should be. I believe it goes down to the very final game of the night. And let's go to the predictions, because we did talk about Thai teams, and I want to kickstart this because I have seen momentum coming in from FaZe Clan. They should be able to give chase, and if it's a chicken dinner, they will snack that number 1 spot away.
All right, let's put it down right now. Okay, 3 more games to go. FaZe Clan or the Infinity?
You know, my heart currently feels FaZe Clan, but I think like there was a lot of advantage for the Infinity, so they honestly could still get very little point average to still slowly close the gap against FaZe Clan. So I'm torn, honestly.
You gotta pick one.
I can't pick right now. Later on, I'll pick.
You might as well pick after the show ends.
That's 3 rounds to go. Give it a little.
Yeah, you'll
time.
pick after the show ends, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, thank you. That's not helping at all. But I'll pick the Infinity. See, I'm putting it out there, you know. You gotta make decisions, right? Be a man, make decisions. Put it down.
Ouch. I feel called out.
Yeah. So the Infinity of FaZe Clan. Come on.
I guess since you've already picked the other side, I will have to pick FaZe Clan.
So if FaZe Clan wins, or FaZe Clan doesn't win, what you gonna do? I'll give you the upper hand.
I'm gonna celebrate for the champions regardless.
Well, you know, there's a traditional challenger that we always put it on the table. If the prediction goes wrong, you gotta shave your head.
That's not fair.
Well, nothing is in life. You know?
Fair enough.
Yeah, nothing is in life. You know, you have that option to shave your head or to shave your head.
Well, I guess we'll see about that. Probably will be the case as we're going to move into our first round angle of the final day.
This is Erangel, and this is the final set of Erangels. Yeah, gotcha there. Final set of Erangels, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to it. Starting with the first one, and looking at the flight path. Looks like he's going to start from the side of Lipovka up onto Yogo Pool. A little bit of a travel for Geek Fam, who likes to drop in either in Ferrivier, but a little bit closer for them if they want to drop, if they choose to drop into farm. So that could be their choice.
Same could be said about Alter Ego to get into the melee base, and we're going to be having a lot of clean access for teams in the central zone for sure. So keep a close watch onto Milta, as we have Infinity already getting early drops, but it will have to get past a few teams, namely Buriram United, and probably even GD that they've been trying to gatekeep, where Geek Fam, instead of moving into Primos, they'll opt to go into farm. So I think like they've already stabilized on a few locations that they usually will drop when playing in this
or maybe not even farm, maybe somewhere in between Fairy Pier and farm. They seem to be heading towards those houses or high ground, depending somewhere in between there. But of course, what's going to be even more interesting is going to be the circle. Now, yesterday we did see a challenging circle around the areas of Yasmaya Polyana, and looks like it's going to be the same starting circle again.
Yeah, this river definitely dissects the first phase of the round. A lot of players might have actually went in for that prediction that it will eventually move towards the 70 up north. Newsy now kickstarts off the match. Will start off the match here, holding on to his favorite M4. Already found himself that level 3 vest, still looking for that helmet. Just look at the damage output per round. He's got the highest average eliminations tied with Tony K at 2.1.
Yeah, not too surprised. But the last we saw the stat, Tony K has the most damage output overall. Yeah, during the start of the show. But of course, it could change towards the end, but seem to be looking good for Tony K. Now, this is a little bit difficult for us to count the MVP because some of the elements include like eliminations, damage output as well. Of course, survivability plays a role. And if we saw the earlier stat today, Tony K had the most damage, but Tonuzi had the most eliminations instead. So they kind of like contrast each other.
They're definitely in the tie, like we said the other day. Just let them settle it in the TDMs in the warehouse if they can. But for now, it's definitely the championship trophy that they really are cutting out for. So down to the final game, but on track for now. Tony K has gotten quite the number of takedowns in the past round to catch up against Newsy, and maybe he will be finishing off as an all-rounder too.
We'll see. It's very hard to tell. I mean, from the start of the league up until now, it's just two of these players exchanging places for that top MVP slot. And everyone else will be like a 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 difference between the both of them, from the both of them. So I don't think it'll pose a big threat. But I also want to point it out that remember yesterday when we talked about this kind of circle, right? And the circle ended up somewhere on the northern side. If it does again, Buriram United might be, I don't know, they might stand the best chance of getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I do believe that they have gotten so well versed in that entire section. Other than them, I've seen that Ego Esports did get first dibs around that area where they have been hiding inside of that warehouse for the whole game, and they've got themselves into a top 4 finish. So perhaps this could also be a redemption arc for Eagle Esports to see if they still stand a chance within the next 3 rounds. All 3 rounds, I would say.
Oof. Okay, so who do they need to overtake?
They have
TEM
to.
Entertainment will be the next one because Vampire and Geek Fam already got a slot, so it doesn't really matter. All rivals as well. So TEM Entertainment, if it's DC, come on.
Yeah,
it's
honestly,
just way too far. But TEM Entertainment.
Quite a tough ask now that I think about it. With 3 rounds of play, unless if they do get some insane rounds, then I could be proven wrong. Boom Esports, after securing high multiple frags, inches up 2 spots against SLD as well as Eagle Esports. Geek Fam, though they did secure a chicken dinner today, they put themselves back into 12th spot. Vampire Esports, not too concerned about all the things that will happen overall. Do you think that the Sabres can be in a really safe spot by the end of the day?
For PMGC?
Oh, right. They've already got a slot too.
Yeah. I'm wondering how unsafe they will be. Like, would they be pushed down to... Well, even if they got pushed out, it doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Yeah. So pretty much they're gunning for like a higher placement for the prize pool, and that's pretty much about it. And if you ask me, it's not gonna be a big impact. I'm a little bit more worried for maybe TEM Entertainment. Yeah, TEM Entertainment because with 3 rounds to go. Okay, I'm looking at NFT 122, TEM Entertainment 157. The difference is 35 points. So 35 points, 3 rounds. Maybe. I'll give 1 more round, then I think we can conclude from there.
Yeah. Then again, like, this is a Northern Circle. TEM Entertainment also does have early access into the first phase, as compared to teams like Boom or NFT. Like, it's gonna take quite a while for them to also travel that sort of distance to secure themselves in a good vantage point. Yoodo Alliance walks off with quite the biggest win in Miramar. And now they're challenging some of the top 2 teams out there. So let's see if the Malaysian side will have anything to offer here. TEM Entertainment will try to book one of the spots that Buriram United has taken early on, and nobody's going to be around. They're going to be absolutely safe. DX taking a little bit more of a slower approach, heading into Pochinki. And for the most part, 7 minutes have passed. Teams are just slowly navigating.
Well, to be fair, Xavier, their starting point is in Pochinki. And Pochinki is in the circle.
Right.
So I don't think they'll be really forced to like, okay, really move in. Unless they really want to play like, okay, they want to play on the northern side of the river or on the southern side of the river. But if not, then it's like not really a big deal for them to really force themselves to make that rotation yet.
Now attacks are already being launched towards Yummy. Oh, that's one more bullet to do the trick for Mormon. He has forced to reload. Let's see if he does flip it though. That could be the longest shot possible with the red dot sight if he does get it. But enough damage done, but no points of elimination.
Yep, managed to get away. Good thing there. If not, we'll see the first blood for this round. But speaking about the first blood, I wonder if NFT is okay. They're tanking out the blue. So they normally drop into Novo. Looking at where the Infinity is at, they're not playing the bridge cam. So it should be a free reign for them to get onto the main peninsula for NFT. But not too sure why are they taking their time there. Maybe just overly cautious with the possibility of the Infinity being at the bridge.
Exactly that. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan opts to take a little bit more of a controlled approach as they are camping out by the edges of Georgia Pole. No members of Vacant Time have passed them, so things seems to be absolutely clear for FaZe Clan. And Torres have been able to land some really long distance shots over the past matches inside of Miramar. Now, back to 4 Rivals, the legendary Appy. I think so much great things can be said about him, but I think like 4 Rivals have done just about enough throughout all the span of the Grand Finals run, but they will lock horns with Boom Esports eventually.
Okay, circle time. Oh, majority on the northern side. Okay, I think that despite we still have a little bit of the main peninsula circle, but most of the teams will really want to go up north right now. And looking at the current condition, it's going to be tough. The choking points are being choked. We have 4 Rivals on the left. On the right, we have FaZe Clan. We have a couple of other teams as well. The options are getting less.
Here we go. And of course, with so little options left, Geek Fam chooses the option to fight against Boom Esports, fully committing into this. Octa tries to retreat, trying to find a little bit more of an angle of approach, while Micah pushing forward. Damron as well as Yuhai, they're already trying to move out of the way because they know the party of the circle will be far more important than this fight.
Oh, Geek Fam trying to find a way into the northern side. And now we can see them making those moves, and they managed to find a bridge that isn't taken by any team, and there is a vacant bridge there that allows Geek Fam to get into the northern side, and finally they managed to get into it without any casualties.
As we see the likes of Infinity approaching closer and closer over the top side, they will get themselves the water tank area for the moment, but further down they go. Eventually they might be met by the rest of Alter Ego. And there's already TEM Entertainment waiting out for him. So Gatuni on his scouting duty to retrieve all the information back before the rest of Infinity carries on.
Okay, shots onto Gatuni, but counterfire from the other side onto Momo, and then Momo will be forced to back up.
Great U-turn coming from Gatuni, repositioning coming out of Mormon as well. The grenade lands coming from Ravis, and this will start off a great fight for DX.
Bamburu still having the rooftop, but Volky tries to defend his ground. Volky 2 nades left on the side. Rabbis will secure that elimination point. Appy will be the first one to go out, and Rabbis will get the first blood, but Volky with his nade onto Rabbis. A nice counter.
And they will open up a little bit more spacing, but Bulky gets dropped instead. Two of the hit to push him out through inside the smoke. They're trying to find a different approach to get out of the way with only 2 members left for the side of 4 rivals. And that's all that 4 rivals could possibly do. But the further they go, they still get tagged.
Oh yeah, they still get tagged, and it's going to be Lamborghini, the culprit, that takes out April. 4 rivals. Not even the 3rd circle. They are left with the last man standing.
And that was such a swift move coming in from members of the X. And it didn't really require all 4 players to swing into the compound. It felt like 4 rivals hold wasn't necessarily the best angles, though they did manage to take a little bit more damage, but there's 0 points that have been secured by the Malaysian squad. The first to bow out in our first air angle out of the tree.
4 rivals. They managed to survive long enough to see the 3rd circle. Unfortunately, points given towards D-Xavier that will allow D-Xavier to climb up onto 4 rivals in the overall charts. But anyway, now we move on to the Vampires. They managed to secure themselves into the circle. But speaking of the circle, 10 seconds and we'll be shown the next real circle. Very, very likely we'll see the circle on top, as no teams guess that the circle will be anywhere in the main peninsula.
Then again, there will be a big drastic shift coming into the areas of Yoodo Alliance. Remember what we talked about? Possibilities of a chance for the Malaysian team. This might just be the very moment if they can defend against everyone else. NFT is moving right in, so that's going to be the first target that Yoodo Alliance will have to eliminate.
Well, but before that, gotta see what GIDS is gonna do against Geek Fam now that they're just behind them. But Geek Fam now has a high ground advantage. GIDS, they know that someone's in front of them and they have that elevation. They choose to rotate somewhere else, but they happen to bump into the team and no, booms, his vehicle is in trouble.
And that's where they will have to force a commitment here. Daybot gets taken out, and there we go. Boom. Trying to trade right back, but Ansys is way too swift for him. And there's still some shots coming in from Vampire Esports, so TEM can't really stay for long to quickly loot up. Melo does find 1 player out of just his Dogma, and that is where it could end up to be a real good fight for Infinity to clinch more points, to create more gap against FaZe Clan.
Almost getting a knockdown on the Bevy, but Bevy managed to evade all those shots somehow. That was a miraculous run for him, or more like a miraculous drive. Chua, unfortunately, will be gunned down instead. Bacon Time on the other side, they're kind of busy with each other. Geek Fam wants to take the fight against TEM Entertainment, but TEM Entertainment, we can see that Bevy gets away.
Bevy and the rest of TEM just could have that perfect vantage point. But over on the shelter side of the northern area of play, we see Bacon Time dropping big nades onto Ego Esports, pushing up ahead. Vampire Esports going to move a little bit slower this time around. Bacon Time journeys on with the buggy, moving forward deeper into the shooting range. And this is quite a rough place for majority of all these teams to play out. They really have to rely on medium to long range.
Oh, damn rude. Sniped down by Frankie. It's been a while since we see a sniper being used. So it looks like Frankie picked that up. That could prove handy in this kind of situation. TEM Entertainment in the circle with the high ground. Smoked up, Bevy. He hasn't stopped moving since the last we saw him.
Yeah, and with this smoking vehicle, this is going to be very, very concerning for the rest of TEM. They don't dare to hop within one certain vehicle altogether, else they will easily be blown up. Take a look at that. TEM, they are surrounded by another 3 teams. They are forced to pick up some of these fights before they go anywhere else.
Oh, Snipes will be sniping onto the other side, but anyway, it's going to be warning shots. No big moves from Geek Fam onto D-Xavier. He knows that even if he got the knockdown, it's not going to be beneficial to him. But what's going to be beneficial may be the circle. As we see, it will move towards the left side. Yoodo Alliance on top of the circle.
And they have the only compound remaining, and this is going to be pretty huge for the team. But the question is, can they outlast against Bacon Time, Geek Fam, as well as TEM? Because they should be fine for that same spot as well. FaZe Clan is not really in a safe area of play, but I am curious to just find out, would it be Infinity that could still basically stop many of all these players out there? And Infinity is slightly further away, have to move through GD as well as DX.
Oh, moment. Spots out Geek Fam. TEM Entertainment and Geek Fam, they've been looking at each other for the longest time. But seeing the current circle, TEM Entertainment has a little bit of an advantage because they are closer to it, as well as they have an elevation. So they just need to wait for Geek Fam to come to the house and they can shoot them down.
Yeah, and unfortunately for GD, they start off with 0 points here inside of Erangel, while Fluke finds himself a Shack. I guess that's the second compound that they would find, but it's still on the outskirts. This is merely just a pit stop, but the angles are good to basically challenge BRU.
Oh, Fluke spots out My Name P. Is he going to pull the trigger? Yes, he will. One shot onto him. That's going to be a headshot. 50% of health being taken out by My Name P. And Fluke is now moving onto the other side. He knows that his opponent needs to recover. Hence, he takes this opportunity to move in.
Ravenclaw getting a little bit of pickup while the rest of BRU has some interesting widespread going on. See Sky only taking the wide angle of play, while you see Tiger on the lower end. My Name P as well as Kangzo works in tandem. See Sky only will regroup with the team on the 3-1 formation while SLD is pushing.
Team behind him is going to be the Eagles. Eagles, they still want that hope of getting into PMGC, but unfortunately their hope is going to be faltered by their opponent as two of the players go down.
We're now receiving a little bit of attack.
Wait,
Isis goes out instead, but MR5, he gets an important point against Chua. One knock available, but then again, there's so much commotion going on. Big time finding it hard to even leave the area. Nine Noisy goes out.
Nine Noise. Beautiful shot there from Gosu. And we thought that Big time because they had that preemptive view at least of the SLD, but SLD counterfire upon them and managed to get 2 knockdowns. Beautiful coming for SLD, but FaZe Clan wants those points in the bag as they're chasing for the championship.
They only got 1 so far. All they have to do is not to be taken down all too early, so they are taking a really slow approach. Rabbit's now getting 2 shots onto Potato, onto Renauri. 2 members down from the side of Alter Ego, while Do will finish them off instead. TM still finding off against SLD and Strips now scouted out.
Ooh, Chef taken out, but now we have 5 elimination points for the side of the Xavier. Long range coming from My Name P, putting pressure onto FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they're currently in trouble. Their vehicle is still active, but it could be punctured. Yes, it will. The back tire has been punctured by My Name P.
And he will find it really hard to even come in with rotation. There's no point of driving that vehicle anymore. Going upwards to the hill, but Geek Fam, they push again, and they are looking for their targets. TEM only left with 2.
Oh, Onset trying to take them out. Onset gets sniped. Can he get more out of the spray? Looks like the answer is no, but his teammates will. His teammates will take down a couple of team members for the side of Geek Fam, but damn road tracing it back onto SOZip.
1 grenade here to lob directly at Geek Fam. He's going to project it perfectly into the area. Can he get it? Oh, a little wide.
Calm down.
All right. Nonsense.
Okay.
Pushing forward. A daredevil move.
DBS.
And he master step. He sees Yoodo.
DBS. Onset to the left. Onset gets 1. Can he get more? Onset secured the elimination point, but only if he focused on the U-High. He could have eliminated all of them, but that's okay. TEM Entertainment, 5 points in the bag.
But FaZe Clan, they're in trouble. They lost too many members, and only 1 member remains for now. Nine Noise, he's holding on to dear life, trying to heal by the edge of it, and Tiger still suppressing him. They all have to make that run. I don't think they are going to make the cut, though, where FaZe Clan, they get shut down. There's only Tony K left.
Tony K, the last man standing, and he's taking out the blue at this moment, but Tony K taken down. That is it for FaZe Clan. Only 3 points. Eliminations in this round. The Infinity, still a full squad.
It's Buriram United that have shut them down. And like you've said many times, only a Thai team will take out another Thai team. And Nine Noisy, with erratic spray, he will still bow out. An 8th place finish for Bacon Time overall with 2 points apiece. Infinity, they're in the safe zone already. So this is a really solid chance to create that gap once more. And let's see who is up to take them down.
Oh, yeah, this is good opportunity for the Infinity to extend their lead. But now we put focus on the Buriram United going up against NFT. NFT 2 players currently down. Boysil, the last man standing. Boysil being circled around by Buriram United just like the Vultures they are. Sky only misses Boysil. The smoke did not help his vision. Lippy still alive somewhere else as well. And looks like Lippy will need to fend this up together with his teammate Boysil.
They do get all the intel against NFT Esports, and now crashing onto Lippy, but still misses the mark. He gets into the vehicle in time. My goodness, Buriram United gets punished for driving all around.
This is deja vu. It feels like Buriram United did this before when LP did that clutch. But anyway, Buriram United, they need to find out where their opponent is at before they move into the circle. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, is still alive, but they're playing without Olio.
And you have to hold on. If there's anyone to do it right now, it has to be Yoodo Alliance. They're man marking onto DX, who's currently on the lower ground. They should be able to seek them out the moment that they leave the smoke. But for the time being, NFT is already taken out. Where they found the catch onto Ravis. Yoodo Alliance should be able to shut them up.
Oh, shut them out. That is the answer from Yoodo Alliance. Taking out D-Xavier. It's going to be 5 elimination points for Yoodo Alliance. Could they pull this off again? Could it be a double chicken dinner back-to-back? But the Infinity might stop them from doing it.
Uzi holding Yoodo Alliance back. The battle of the Titans. And we are also seeing Boom Esports making that effort into the top 5. Still having very healthy members, but they're nowhere to be seen from the angles that we're currently looking at. Rapper Boy now primes a date. Oh, he catches Newsy. 1 HP left.
Oh, it was so close, so close. Rebel Boy still at the forefront. The Infinity right in front of him. Yummy on the other hand takes out My Name P. That is going to be it for Buriram United. 5 elimination points for Boom Esports. A little bit late to the party, but that's okay. It's going to be 8 elimination points for Buriram.
And Newsy still piling on high pressure through the top side of the hill, gating away members of Yoodo Alliance if they can. But they're finding different approaches to secure the angle and include inside smoke will not be seen.
Oh, beautiful spray coming from Newsy. Now Mela is coming to go in as well onto Yoodo Alliance. Newsy, prepare the nade, tossing it on the side of Yoodo Alliance. Will not connect on anyone, but Adi Luke will be taken out by Newsy. At the same time, we can see that Geek Fam is on the number 4 with 5 elimination points, but Newsy's not done yet.
Not at all. Boom Esports, they are trailing right behind Yoodo Alliance, and Yoodo Alliance is being sandwiched in between. These top 3 teams are just hungry for the dinner. Grenades being lobbed in. Jamil hunting out players of Boom from the lower end of the hill. They will be able to land a few taps, but keep in mind, Razy could still pull him down.
Oh, Jamil spots out Boom.
You don't see him.
Oh, I'm worried that Jamil right now is on the tunnel vision, but today from the side, Razy will be the one to take the Jamil.
And now Newsy's pushing forward. He knows that this is time to shut out Yoodo Alliance. They've already have this one in the bag. And once they do, they will seek the wolves and see if they can basically slay them as well. That Molotov secures it from Newsy.
Oh, now it's the Infinity holding on to this hill, but they have the entire lead squad of Boom Esports still lack them, and they're currently in the circle. However, the Infinity, they have the high ground advantage.
Boom Esports now on the lower end of the hill. Okta here receiving damage. Only 3 members left for Infinity as they do the damage. And Newsy still managing to seek more players out there. He's going to reposition and still going to take some time before they will commit.
Oh, he's going in for the flags. He's going over the flags. Bella coming for the top. Newsy all alone. Can he put this off? Newsy, this is insane. He's being a devil at this moment. He's going all alone. But Bella racing right from him. Yami takes down Newsy.
Oh no.
Bella is on. Bella got down. This could be the moment for Boom.
Boom Esports have tried back in Miramar, and this is their best opportunity for the chicken dinner. Logan Fadal as well. This could be it. Indonesia will rise. It's only Gatuni left. 3 versus 1.
3 versus 1, but Gatuni takes out Boom Boom. He's not going to be making it easy for Boom Esports. Gatuni not going down without a fight.
And there is Jumping getting caught out as well. He gets outdone. Boom Esports with the dinner.
Oh, that was a super close one. If only Gatuni clutched it, that would have been insane coming in for Gatuni. But anyway, winner chicken dinner to Boom Esports.
Breathtaking work coming from Boom Esports on that 4 versus 4 skirmish against the top team on the table, and Boom Esports will continue to rise and wave the flag for Indonesia. And that was really impressive because we thought Melo would have had it in the bag. He was crawling deeper in the tree, looking for the targets, but he couldn't really scout out. I believe that was Yummy.
Yeah.
And because of that very reason, Nuzi had to fall back, and he was in the open ground, and Boom Esports, the moment he took out Nuzi, I think they have that sure confidence to basically secure the dinner.
I'd like to point out as well, today Boom is doing not too bad. They're good.
It's great.
It's great. If only they did this from day one, right? Just to point out, there was a substitution made for Boom. Hexas is taking a break today. So the lineup of Boo Boo Hoo, Yummy, Okta, and Razy. This lineup is doing well. Imagine if they played this lineup from day one.
I think they've tried it a bunch of times back in the league. It may not have always worked out, but in the grand finals, the success rate was amazing.
Yeah, not gonna lie. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe sometimes the player's not comfortable with the round robin of grouping.
Max, I believe.
Or perhaps, or maybe he's like, okay, this player is more comfortable like playing with the fixed 16 teams, so he doesn't need to relearn the pattern of the teams again and again.
I absolutely agree. Yoodo Alliance making it to the top 3 as well. We thought this would be a great chance for them to chase up against Infinity, but then again, when you reach top 3, whether if you end up as first place or third, like there's still a bunch of points that is being secured by Infinity. They will still extend the lead by the end of this whole matchup. Boom Esports pulls it off with double-digit takedowns.
Yeah, that's a lot. There's a lot of elimination points. Now, also to point out as well, FaZe Clan, they went up very early. The Infinity, obviously number 2, almost got in the chicken dinner. And this is actually good enough for them to open up that gap with FaZe Clan now. Obviously, they'll still be at number 1, but the gap maybe returned to a 20-point gap.
That could be pretty much the possibility here. So does this mean that Infinity have already got it in the bag? 2 more rounds, and we shall see.
And we shall see whether you get shaved. But I still think that, yes, with 2 rounds, it could still flip. But looking at how the Infinity's play, all they need to do is play very, very safe, and they'll be fine, right? They don't need to big engagements. So it's still looking very good for the Infinity. But on the other end as well, I want to see how the points tally up, to see how close for another team in the bottom 4 to break into PMGC.
That's true. And of course, the chase seems to be a little bit more divided this time around from the bottom as well as the top. FaZe Clan only have 4 points this time around. Ego Esports secures 2. And I think like overall, like you said, Boom Esports, they should be skyrocketing their way further into the charts. Does that mean that they are getting close to that top 10 though?
Oh man, top 10? Probably not. I'll rule that out now.
Just today, I think they have already secured close to 50 points.
Top 10, I think it's tough because let's remember other teams are moving as well. Whether they now have an opportunity to get into PMGC, maybe. It's hard. It's a maybe now. It's a maybe.
It is a really good potential for everyone at Boom Esports, and of course, Yummy was the one that have been able to find all of these players of Infinity, and that pushed through the bottom side of the hill. He was the one who also got many of all these players out of Yoodo Alliance, and that's where he secured quite the shots with 840 points to be backed out.
Okay, wow. All right. Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. 16 points difference between Boom and TEM Entertainment.
16 points.
16. 2 rounds to go. GIDS is not safe as well. GIDS is 20 points away from Boom. 2 rounds, if both of the teams slip up, Boom could make that Cinderella comeback.
They actually could do so, and this is like a David Goliath matchup where we've seen TEM had some great dominance throughout the league, and Boom Esports, they finally find a little bit more light at the end of the tunnel, but it's all about that stamina. They just need 2 more good rounds. TEM is now at their lowest, so finally they are put to the test by a team from Indonesia.
I can't believe the fact that we started the day, or at some point of the day, we talked about Boom maybe not able to get on to the next round. But all of a sudden, they are like proving us wrong to say that, hey, you know what, I know your casters thought that we're out. We're the only team with a double digit, but look at their current comeback. They have opened up their possibility from a no possibility to a possibility now they can get into PMGC. I don't know. I'm lost for words if they can do it.
I just love their fighting spirit overall, and I'm definitely converting to become a fan of Boom Esports.
Sign me up.
Just for the way that they've been playing very explosive rounds, and you don't expect it when it happens. Because you take a look, Boom Esports, they travel so far from Stabler, they move in from that lower end, and eventually they got themselves a little bit more advantage by hiding out, waiting for the fights to happen. They receive a lot of intel. Then the circle has appeared upon them. That's where they understand, okay, there's been a lot of empty area on the left, and they decided not to meet up with the Infinity first. They took the right fights and closed the deal, despite the Infinity securing 70% of that circle.
If Boom Esports can miraculously make it on the PMGC, I'm signing up. I'm signing up to be a, what do you call a Boom fan?
Beast?
Boomer. Yeah, I'm a boomer, so yeah, that works as well.
That's without question. You already are a boomer.
Yeah. I'm a boomer by itself. But you know what? We also have our official smartphone partner, that is Realme, together with us today. Thank you so much. This that you can see here is the GT Neo 3 with the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and a dedicated display chipset as well. Thank you so much to our official live stream partner, TikTok. Hashtag Be The One TikTok Challenge. Put it in your content. And do follow our official PUBG Mobile TikToks, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH, and our official food delivery partner. Thank you as well, GrabFood. 50% off your GrabFood order up to $10 with a minimum spend of $10. Promo code, as you can see here, PUBGMXGrab while stocks last. So you don't want to miss out on this amazing offer, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more games to go. Anything can happen. Whether it's at the top, whether it's into the PMGC slot, we will need to take a break because it is just so hard. We're going to catch our breath now, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. We'll be seeing you after this break.
3, Neo Speed Awakens.
This is the grand finale, ladies and gentlemen. The 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall Grand Finals will close after these 2 rounds. Thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, Tencent, GIDS, Livestream, and Quantum Studios for having this tournament for us. My name is Cloud, together with the new and renewed Hair Contra. And thank you to our official smartphone partner, Realme, official livestream partner, TikTok, and official food delivery partner, GrabFood, for being with us throughout this tournament as well. Down to the wire, 2 more games to go. And everything will be reviewed.
Exactly, and we were talking about 2 different storylines. We talked about the race to the top. Infinity now has securing the top 2. They are looking really good to eventually hoist that trophy. But Boom Esports, though, I think like they're on to something here to knock down TEM Entertainment and get to PMGC.
Yeah, I want to know how many boomers are in the comment section. Well, not the boomer age, if you know what I mean, like boomer fans. But speaking about fans, I also like to take a minute to thank our fans watching in the live stream as well. Thank you so much for being with us throughout this tournament. I know a lot of you are out there from the South Asia region. Yes, sometimes, well, actually a lot of times I do take a look at the chat and also while reviewing our cast and all that. I take a minute to see some of your feedbacks as well, and thank you. You guys give amazing input on the game itself, and sometimes you guys talk about football. That's absolutely fine. So thank you so much for being with us throughout the entire journey.
I know it's football season, but we are here in the grand finals with only 2 remaining games, and Boom Esports, they're pulling this one out of nowhere, and Yummy got 6 points of elimination, and topped by that, we even see Razy adding another 4 points.
Yeah, 2 representatives from Boom Esports. They have been hot today. My goodness, where have they been? If only they were like this from day number 1, they could be challenging for more than just a start on the PMGC, maybe even the championship. But anyway, never too late to the party, they say.
That's right, and we're going to be looking at this final 2 matches. We already got 2 chicken dinners for Malaysia today, and 1 coming in for Thailand from Vampire Esports, and recently concluded Boom Esports. So it could be anyone's game right now, and there was a huge disparity now created against FaZe Clan. That's 20 points for them to chase up to Infinity just to tie. But they're looking to tie. They're looking for a championship title of their own. Let's see if they can still get it, though, in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and they almost got the chicken dinner in match number 4. Not gonna lie about that. I think it was more of Boom putting on an amazing performance because they were at a disadvantage on the lower ground. The Infinity had the high ground advantage, but yet again, Boom, they still managed to beat the odds to get that chicken dinner. That was amazing. But nevertheless, no chicken, no problem so far for the Infinity to hold on to the number 1 spot. But speaking about holding on, you might want to hold on to the baby.
Well, you can be the baby. All you have to do is just get your hands on the BBU's voice pack, and you will be pampered all day long and probably get carried. Or you'll be the one carrying with that motivation coming from BBU. Other than BBU, you can also get your hands on voice packs from Baby Lamute, Capone, Sue Noahs, and also Tony K.
Yeah, grab the voice packs. They are limited. They might go away. So you don't want to miss out on all these. And collect the voice packs as well. For those of you who collected before, you don't want to miss out on the entire collection.
That's right. We do have the Mask Crusader set in the brand new Royale Pass that's currently up and running. So make sure you guys inform your friends, play some games together, and that will make it a lot easier for you to secure all these great skins in the game.
Speaking about great skins, so the first original PUBG Mobile sports car is an amazing skin, I can tell you that. True speed, real attitude. By getting this, well, I'm not too sure if it increases the speed of your vehicle in the game, but it definitely shows your real attitude inside of it.
That's right, and not only that, you could have elemental forces here with Bobo Boy coming in hot, where you can basically get more of all these cool gears to look exactly like the animation itself.
Yeah, these are amazing stuff here. I really like this, and you can get it inside the game right now. But what you can get as well are physical items if you join the watch party that's happening on the 29th and 30th of October, 5 p.m. at Lepaking, Kuala Lumpur. And do celebrate the top 4 from the PMCC teams that will see the light of PMNC, and they will also have a shot onto the PMPL for the next season. 4 slots. We normally have only 1 slot, but this time 4 slots. A lot on the line.
Yeah, and these few slots here will put, of course, all of these players on the test in the global stages. So I really do wonder, are they actually ready for PMGC? That's going to be happening down the line in the future. But let's go for some predictions. And I'm going to switch things around. I just did calculations and all. And I think Infinity could have had it in back so long as it win this round.
You think that's going to save you from being shaved bald?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good that you admit that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's about it for the predictions, but you guys can input your predictions. So I want to hear your thoughts on Buriram United as well, because Buriram United, I think like it seems to be a little bit more of a shaky round for them in the past matchup. They were all around shooting range, but they didn't seem to get much at all.
Well, I'm just putting in the possibility of like, because they got the chicken dinner yesterday, right? So inside Irango. So I thought, that, okay, why not just put in a Buriram United in there? Because to be fair, we did the predictions before the show started. Right. So whatever that we see yesterday was the latest data that we can use to kind of make our predictions. So Buriram United for Irango. Let's go.
That's right. And here we have a few things that we still have been asking overall. Can Boom Esports make the cut? If they do get one more chicken dinner, I think it seals the deal. TEM so far has been struggling. Who's to say that they won't be able to inch back up? So with that, I think like it all boils down to how all these teams play, whether if they want to be active or passive. And every other team involved in the middle pack here will also cause discrepancy to the 2 storylines that we do have.
I'm just going to flip the card, right? If TEM Entertainment loses their slot on the PMGC because of their performance, they're kicking themselves.
Yeah, and it definitely has been quite a painful past few rounds. And with that, it's time to go into Aragon.
All right, Irango, we have 2 more games to go, but if any of those big teams put in a superb performance, they might close up this tournament and we might see our crown champions in this round, but we'll need to see what happens. It is a tough call right now. Everyone's so close to each other. Military base up on the Severny, a nicely cut fight path right in the middle. That means teams can drop into their natural dot spot immediately, and it should be safely enough.
Yeah, and I guess like this is where it goes down to how the first phase will appear. We see very little military base circles throughout the grand finals. Majority of the region was covering around that Isnaya 70 sector, and even in the past match, it was just across like towards the left onto the shooting range. And I believe there was another time over the Gekka. What if we do get the circle around Shelter?
Shelter? Kind of okay for me. I'm a bigger fan of military base.
Yeah, that will also give a lot of leverage to Buriram United as well as Infinity if that ever happens. If they're able to hold that as a choke point against many of the teams that are trolling up ahead. Vampire Esports though, look at what they've done. Team members inside of the island, they like to set up a very early flank onto the bridge.
A very interesting move from Vampire Esports, dropping on the southern side. But anyway, looks like it's going to be some sort of a split as well, similar to like the previous circle, but this time a little bit on the left.
Yeah, it covers the region of Georgia Pole as well. I do love myself some Georgia Pole ending if it ever were to be the case. Now let's take a look at GID. Currently at the top 8 position, I think that they have been able to stabilize. But if Boom Esports chase up to TEM, they could also chase up to GD. So it's more on the case whether or not can they just maintain this current safe spot by averaging maybe 6 points per round, then they should be clear to go.
Boom. My goodness. Oof. I can feel the chills, you know, like for the fans of Boom Esports, the management, the coaches, people behind the scenes. And fun fact as well, Boom has 3 coaches.
3 coaches?
Yes, they do. So
that's a really stacked roster, I must say.
Yeah, they do. But I don't know how do they divide like responsibilities across the coaches. It could be like one of them is like a tactical coach, and another one's a
rotation coach?
Mental coach maybe, or whatever it is, right? Analyst. Maybe they might consider the analyst as a coach as well. If you divide it like that, then yeah, you kind of have like 3 coaches. But anyway, I'm really curious to know. I hope that we'll be able to ask those questions to Boom, like how do they set up their organization? Because you don't hear organizations declaring that, hey, we have 3 coaches. If they declare, they'll say that, oh, we have a psychologist and we have a coach and we have an analyst.
Yeah, and that's also a very heavy investment where many teams usually would just stick to maybe just a coach without the analyst or have none of it. You know, like they try to figure things themselves, and then when the pressure starts to crack in, it definitely will be very daunting for them to bounce back up. But I'm pretty sure that the coaches have been doing a really good job for Boom Esports. And on top of that, like we always say, great management team will eventually set up the success for the players. Of course, they will be in the forefront of the battlefield. NFT Esports only at 14, and we've definitely seen better days from the team.
I'm counting the points as well. Yoodo Alliance gap with the Infinity is 26 points. Now, it does feel like, okay, 2 rounds is good enough, but I can't put aside the fact that the Infinity and FaZe Clan, both of them, they will not go. It's hard for us to see them going out without points. And if they can continue to collect even a decent amount of points, it still wouldn't be enough for Yoodo Alliance to catch up to that number 1 spot. But to see them up there at the podium spot, the top 3, it is still an amazing story for Yoodo Alliance, considering that they are a team that they genuinely came from community.
Exactly. And I think like this journey itself, we've been able thankfully, we've been able to witness throughout the number of years when they were literally just spectators of the game. And then they've been joining tournaments that was held locally. And I think like they finally gained a little bit more attention, like you said, when they eventually move into MPX Red Line and then turn into Tapa NC. And now here we go. I mean, they've been Farang Gorilla, was it?
Farang Legend. Yeah.
Farang Legends.
Only Olio went through the route of MPX Red Line to NC, and then now Shamil came from another Farang team before joining this. I think he might have played in another team as well, but at community level, I would have lost track of that. But for Farang Legends itself, the OGs will be people like Adit Luke, Rapper Boy. They're the OGs in the team that's actively playing right now. Even Helton is taking a break now. That's why we haven't seen him the entire season.
Right. That's why I felt like there was something that's really different in comparison. But I think like I do like this adaptation really well. I'm very sure that Sultan, as a longtime fan of theirs, will be absolutely proud of their current performance.
Oh, is he only a fan?
I think like he's like a brother to them. Or a dad.
That's not wrong. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. I would almost want to say that, well, he is the boss, but okay. But nevertheless, yeah, they've been doing really well, and a lot of hard work happened behind the scenes. Not to forget as well, Loopy is their analyst, also one of the OG players for Farang back in the day too, and he stuck through with them despite him not actively playing anymore, but he contributes back as being the analyst. So it's nice to see how they can grow talent internally as well.
Yeah, and this itself will give them a little bit more of a advantage in terms of decision making when you do have somebody who have a certain experience on making great decision making. And I think like that itself is a recipe for success. Yoodo Alliance, majority of the rounds, they've been able to win it back in Miramar. And now inside of Angle, they've shown us that they could basically pull up a top 3 another 2 rounds by the end of the night. If they do find themselves in the top 4 again, maybe even FaZe Clan will be shoved aside.
Yeah, it's possible. It's rare, but we have seen FaZe Clan going out without a single point. I mean, they definitely had that moment as well. But then again, it is FaZe Clan we're talking about, right? So it's hard for us to realistically rule them out. So that also means that we might see this go down to final game. The last game might still be valuable for the crown, but on the other end as well, the last game might also prove valuable to, I'm just going to flip the cards now, right? TEM Entertainment survivability.
Yeah, and we compare them right now, just of course above Geek Fam as well as for Rivals 1 point, but these guys already have that slot. Vampire Esports exactly the same. So I think the condition here is quite similar to what's at the top of the table, right? Like close to 20 points to chase, but entirely doable. Where that also means that whoever currently at the top of the table will lose points. So it's like one way or the other. If it does happen, of course. It's a 1 out of 16 chance every map.
Yeah, it is. It will be even tighter if like the teams that we are highlighting, right? Like the Infinity FaZe Clan, Yoodo Alliance, for example, they get a top 3 finish. Or TEM Entertainment, GIDS, and boom, gets a top 3 finish. Then we'll see a really, really tight race at the end.
I really wonder how does that look like. Have we ever gotten a tie of points in the Southeast Asia Championship? I don't believe we have it, and even when that does happen, usually we count it by ranking points, differences. We count it by elimination points on top of that. So I wonder if that's going to be compared, especially within the top 2 fraggers. How does that look like?
Yeah, for the fraggers, well, I'm not too sure what the tiebreaker is, but for the team's tiebreaker, I think by now we would have known, right? Like chicken dinner, placement points will play a big role, and then it comes
chicken dinner.
and then it comes the elimination points, and then the last ranking from the previous game will be the final determiner of the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
and that's like the end game. That's like there's nothing else that can challenge the tiebreaker.
I'm pretty sure you guys listening right now might say that, hey, this sounds a little bit complicating. Don't worry, let it play out. And I think like if it does happen, we will explain it again.
Yeah,
like
if not, it's fine.
That itself is a little bit of a rare occurrence in most part. But here we go. DX inching very close to FaZe Clan. They are going to be taking their shots here. Lambo knows how to park his cars perfectly. You know he drives something fancier than the UAZ. But so much intel for FaZe Clan, they are not making any drastic measures. But where exactly is the rest of the squad?
Everyone's so close to each other. And I can understand why everyone's playing by the river, because the circle is still kind of 50-50. Like, it could still go up, it could still go down. And you play by the river, the moment the circle shifts, you can immediately just get across, like before anyone else. And that's what you want to achieve. And if you can get across first, you can gatekeep everyone else who tries to swim across.
Yeah, I also do like the fact that Ventorius does have a vehicle with him. I think plenty of times we have seen a lot of players drive into the river, try to get a little bit more spacing so they could play healing from down under, if that is a feasible option for them. But for now, it's still going to be phase 2, where shots are being fired at Geek Fam as LD Kwang looking for a special something.
Yep, looking for a special something, and the special something is called Geek Fam. If only they can secure those elimination points. Although, my gut feel is that, well, I think they don't have anything to play for. They play for pride, basically, now for SLD.
And just a little bit more bump of the prize money as well, depending on the rank that they finish off at. And I think Yuhai has something to play for if he can chase up to some of these stats. But then again, the last we saw, he did quite a significant damage. He has appeared as top 5, top 6, around top 7 as well. But I think by now, impossible to catch up against Tony K as well as Newsy. But I think it's rather interesting to know that some of these players, they love to look back at stats like, hey, I did this well in this tournament. And that could be a resume. But that's damage alone. It doesn't make the cut. You need to put more pointers on the board.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like based on my interactions with the players, right? Does that really count? No doubt the first criteria is like, okay, whether you win a championship or not. I guess the second criteria is like, you know, those kind of like hashtag done claim sort of things.
Yeah.
Like, oh, as long as there's one little thing I'll done claim. It's like, even if I get one MVP in out of like 50 rounds of PUBG Mobile, I'll still claim, I was the MVP before.
Right. Well, of course, there are the special beings that will do exactly just that. Let's see where the update goes, though. Oh, my word. In between the center of the river, where there's a little bit of a cross-section of the bridge, and how do these teams play it out? There's just about, what, 70% of land, with some areas to be considered unplayable where Mormon's at.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Get ready for action, ladies and gentlemen, because this kind of circle, the unshootable land, or unshootable area is a lot, and we can see a lot of movement, choke points are happening, and we'll see a lot of fights. We'll definitely see a lot of fights happen in this circle, in the third circle. Expect teams to be eliminated here onwards.
Yeah, and I do see this as a slight advantage for the two teams, Yoodo Alliance as well as FaZe Clan, because they were in the water town, and FaZe Clan has always built that square compound just across North Georgia Pole, so they have one of the earliest access now. Alter Ego have joined in the ranks along with GD to keep Yoodo Alliance company.
Ooh, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, GD, GIDS in the same compound. The good news is that it's still in the circle, so it could be a little bit of a staring contest. But the moment the circle shifts away, this is where World War 362 will happen.
Yeah, and this is definitely a tall task ahead of certain teams out there. Yoodo Alliance just need to keep themselves alive to stand a chance at the title. Still a long chase, but it could start from here. Well, of course, with a lot of possibilities still on the line. All 64 players still intact. And with Infinity finally making measures through the school area of play, they've understood that the whole south side is clear. We didn't manage to spot out lurkers like AE or GD. They will continue on forward.
Oh, such an interesting spot for Doozy to be left alone. Okay. I know there's some elevation here. I know that there's a hill behind him, so he doesn't need to worry about whatever happens behind. But it looks like Newsy sort of realized that as well. It's like, okay, no, not a good position to be in, being called back by his teammates, and let's move to a different location.
And Geek Fam is also suffering almost the same fate. They were trying to approach this area of play. NFT has been able to shove them back for only the slightest, while NFT will also try to reposition after having a little bit of a challenge against these two teams. And Geek Fam looking like they're about to lock horns with the rest of Infinity.
Oh, Geek Fam just beside the Infinity. The Infinity wouldn't mind a couple more points because they still want to pull away from FaZe Clan. Good news is that they haven't bumped into FaZe Clan. If they meet FaZe Clan, they'll be more than happy to try to take them out. But looking at the circle currently, I'm trying to spot. Okay, FaZe Clan is on the left, and the Infinity is still in the main peninsula, so they're kind of far. But FaZe Clan has the circle advantage now. The Infinity doesn't have it. It's going to be tougher for the Infinity now.
Right, and remember the conversation about TEM as well as Boom Esports. Take a closer look. Boom Esports further into the eastern end. TM is already by the midsection where Yoodo Alliance was playing in that previous game.
And Buriram United as well. When this kind of circle shows up, they always prioritize the northern side. So they're currently there at this moment. I'd say the same for Yoodo Alliance, but it's because they had the circle at the water town. That's why they didn't prioritize the northern side yet. But speaking about prioritization, Newsy going through the blue, trying to rotate up to the northern side for sure, because if they go through any bridge, they'll be gate-capped.
Indeed, NFT Esports treading very lightly. Lycan does get a catch on this map. 2 points in for FaZe Clan, and the chase have already begun. Here in the final 2 games, Infinity still by the blue zone though. Oh, this is looking to be quite I see.
At least they have a couple of representatives still all right, so they have a marker that they can call their teammates to come by. But what's going to be interesting as well is going to be FaZe Clan netting 2 elimination points. Wait a second!
Lucy's down!
Oh no! Their key player is down!
And they have no time or even space to even rescue him. Got tuning, he got blown up as well.
Oh!
Is this it? Is Infinity crashing out?
Okay, calm down. They still have one player, but he's taking out the blue. It's not looking good for the Infinity. FaZe Clan will be looking at the elimination feed, and they'll be smiling. They'll be super happy. They could probably overtake the Infinity. Okay, but it's still very early. They still have a representative.
Boom Esports now having Razy to drive across these corners as they are getting past some of all the crash side that's over on the northern end. Octa as well as Boom creating a little bit of semi-distance, and Tony K adds one more in the back, spots out players on the outskirts. 4 rivals guarding by the south section of the river, and I'm not too sure how could some of these players cut across. Now we see Logan by the river too, by the very edge of it. NFT crashing towards Geek Fam.
Oh, but Damru gets a preemptive strike onto Ramos. Ramos will be taking out Limpy as well. And now Limpy, it's hard for him to be picked up. Yuhai almost got a 10% health left. Geek Fam still managed to survive, still managed to defend this area. Boy Sale still around.
And Snipes hanging on. He only has bandages to work with, no time to even heal up. And Scovell, he gets a little bit more attention coming from Yuhai, but they will try to defend it, this compound with all their might. Geek Fam still lingering around as Mormon gets one refract towards 4 rivals.
Ooh.
Names will appear, and NFT, days are numbered.
To the left, here we go, Mika got down, lost the fight against Boycel. Boycel will take advantage of that, and he will take out Mika and Charlie with the DBS. Geek Fam going up against Boycel, but let's not forget as well, the Zone will put pressure to all of them.
Boycel now walking deeper into the smoke, might actually be clipped out by the grenade. Only slight damage being done. Damroot now trying to throw more smoke grenades just to distract him for a little bit, and that should be all for the Savior. 5 eliminations at the very least, but Boycel, I don't think he'll be able to survive for far too long, especially now it's against Hayuhai as well as Damroot.
Oh, Boycel! What a nade there coming in from Boycel. The rest of NT there somewhere else, but the circle is in the
What
middle
is
island.
this?
What kind of circle is this? But Logan is still alive, but Logan just next to Lycan.
These are the teams that need to take each other out, and the Savior has the best advantage over on that island. Appy on the furthest east, while NFT Esports as well as GD trying to contend to get to land, and none of them will be able to do so. Logan hiding out.
Oh,
Lambo,
no.
Can he find him? No. He might actually see him swimming across, and he just missed the mark. Just losing a little bit of glimpse. DX can do FaZe Clan a favor.
Ooh, what sorcery is this? Logan still managed to get away, but Logan is still in trouble. But MR5 gotten down from afar. Lamborghini spots Logan now. He's prepping up an 8. Logan only 10% health. There's no way he can recover himself. Logan may just go down to the nade. Logan taken down. And like what you said, D. Xavier did FaZe Clan a favor.
And then now it's down to Lycan to see how long he can survive. 10 more teams on board in the toughest circle we've ever seen in Arangel, as many of these teams are trying to rotate, but all getting spotted out by the Savior. Isis tapped with the Mini 14 do, trying to land those shots perfectly in those angles. Couldn't really squeeze it right now. Geek Fam on the 10th place with only 3 elimination points. So many smokes utilized to cover their backs. And DX, little have we known that this whole island will be the perfect ending, and Dude finally gets it.
Oh, Dude gets a knockdown onto Twice, where the Ego seems to be in trouble. Just look at the amount of players left. We have 24 players, and this is the 5th circle. Duke spots out the moving vehicle, waiting for the right moment, but he secured this elimination before it's given to anyone else.
Yep, the final tap will be landed by the Savior. And this team, absolutely brutal with 9 elimination points already. Speaking of 9th place, though, it's going to be NFT Esports. DX, they can wait 4 days, and they should still have ammunition. And, oh my goodness, F1, they took out FaZe Clan.
And FaZe Clan just number 8 with 3 elimination points. The Infinity will still be on top, but the gap is not that far. We'll tabulate the scores later on, but look at this. Boom is still in this. But then again, TEM Entertainment still in full squad. SOS is spraying onto the other side, hoping to secure more elimination points. And TEM Entertainment actually already has 7 of them.
TEM Entertainment, this was their moment to shine, and they have basically booked that prime spot for the longest. Boom Esports still hanging on the trend. This will be it. Bacon Time now being knocked out. Lamborghini just doing so much damage in this map.
Oh, Sky only gunned down by Frankie. D Xavier now looking to be in a good spot. Boom, Razy is still alive, the last man standing, but TEM Entertainment is right in front of TEM Entertainment. It's the team that they'll be happy to be able to take out Boom. But now Razy, he is not making that big move just yet. Look at the circle move further away.
This is definitely going to be in the back for D Saber if they can just hang on. Buriram United, they have to finish this fight against TEM though. BRU, they got 3 of their own, but Bacon Time, they're just waiting underneath those nooks and crannies, and they should be able to survive for much longer. And who would have thought these swimmers could last so long?
Oh, Buriram United still maintain their full squad. Sky only will be picked up by Tiger, and now they're starting to move into the circle. But then again, look at the amount of teams at the bridge. They have to go through the river. They don't have a choice. They'll be going in together with TEM Entertainment.
And here we go, deep diving in. Rabbit still sees everything going on, and he's just gonna go picking everybody while at it. Rabbit now gets closer and closer. Lambo hunts them out. Fish in a barrel for Lambo.
Oh, and Boom is out before TEM Entertainment. TEM Entertainment with 8 elimination points. They will pull away from Boom Esports. D Xavier now playing by the rim of the circle. Spots out Tiger. Tiger could be gunned down. And Tiger! Ooh, we take it out. Looks like it's going to be for Momo from the other side. He will be the one to steal it away. But no! Lamborghini will take it home.
Here comes Frankie as well, trying to throw a little bit of fire into the water. I'm not sure this chemical interaction is supposed to work, but somehow it does. And Shirley's going to be knocked down. Lamborghini still holding on. Tangled down, trying to push forward. He will be dropped back into the river instead with that leap of faith. And Bacon Time still having members here to work with, but they will be seeped out by Frankie.
Oh, Rabbits is in the water just as the spy giving information to his teammates to secure those elimination points. At the same time, we can see that Bacon Time's down number 6-5 elimination points for them in this round. And Sky only succumbs himself to the water, drowning himself, denying the point.
TEM, they make it in the top 5, and more nades flying in. Mormon secures one more in the back. Make a perfect canter coming in from the TEM Entertainment.
Oh, DX, they are not done yet. Now they're going up against GIDS. Luke spots out one, but they're focusing onto the water. But Alan will be faster than that. 1 knockdown, 1 elimination. It's going to be GIDS with 4 eliminations in total.
And they've been taking too much time enjoying their time by the water. And here comes Mormon! Double knock with a spray down with an M4.
Bomber, beautiful spray there, but now SOS is trying to secure knockdowns of his own. But then again, the Prince isn't helping. He has the DBS, it's a really good weapon, but look at the circle, it moves towards the other side. D Xavier is still in this, but Mormon cleaned out Davon.
Mormon, he does land onto 2, and now Hellforce are low coming in from GD. They could still go in for a reset. Mormon does get the grenade elimination as they are climbing more and more onto the Indonesian team. Mormon could do it, and it will rule them out of this match.
Beautiful coming from Mormon. Secure those elimination points to 13 now for the side of TEM Entertainment. And now they are the only team who has a full squad, and they have land to play with. But D Xavier has another land for the day from SOC, taking all of them down. There's nothing much that Buriram and the Eagles can do. But Buriram not going on without a fight.
Buriram United goes in for a leap. Once again, my AP will be clipped out. And I believe this game is over and done with TEM Entertainment. 16 elimination points on the penultimate round in Ergo. Who would have thought we'd get this kind of circle?
Yeah, this is a really, really tough circle. How are you going to get from across to the other side and so on and so forth? It is super duper tough. TEM Entertainment somehow managed to do it, somehow managed to defend their ground, still maintain their full squad, and this nade should end this round.
Could be it.
That could be it. That could be it. Okay, one more nade needed.
Well, just take your time on, since I don't think there's any rush. Who's coming in anyways. And looks like we have gotten Ego Esports out of the way. Top 3 finish, and that leaves only BRU.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they get the points in the bag, but looks like Is it a denial? Yes,
Only one
Kenzo. Only one denied. Kenzo denied himself, but anyway, it's going to be a strong finish for TEM Entertainment. That means they will secure the slot on the PMGC.
And the wait is over for a team. They have been gasping for air. They almost got knocked down. But now with 16 and even maybe more elimination points here, I believe they are safe in this match.
I believe so. I believe they are. I'm not too sure about GIDS because they went below TEM Entertainment, the overall charts. However, Boom Esports wasn't that hot as well. So we need to tabulate the scores down there. But on top, the Infinity, despite going out earlier than FaZe Clan, they're just okay. With a 20-point gap, it should still be enough for the Infinity to be at number 1.
That's right, and this was one of the most interesting battle that we had because DX, they just find so many free pointers out there, but Lambo should be the one that dished out the majority of the damage, but we also have to calculate the amount of grenades that have landed coming in from Morgan.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? If only we have a stat for that later on, that'll be perfect. You just want to know how many elimination points through nades in this round. That is insane. Definitely TEM Entertainment will get most of them.
Yep, GD, they were opportunistic on taking down members of EX until 10 songs in a way. And after the top end is cleared up, there's nothing much that these players over a river could possibly do. But that was possibly the nicest nade I've seen all day, coming in from SOZ.
2 nades back-to-back, beautiful. Even this one is not too bad as well because the angle is hard to hit. Let's give it to them. But anyway, TEM Entertainment, that's enough, guys. That's enough. You would have secured your spot into the PMGC. 42 smokes used, 19 nades.
Wow.
I thought it would have been more nades, to be honest.
I don't even know where you get so many utilities and how many bullets do you actually stock into some of these fights, because some players, they like to load in at the very least 250 bullets or so on the 5.56 or 7.62, or even if you're carrying UMP. So that doesn't really matter, but TEM saved by the bell. 33 points. Ooh. This is the biggest amount of points that we are getting here on the final day of the Grand Finals.
Although the record, if including the league, is like 20-ish, 20 or 21 eliminations, but 18 is the biggest so far in the Grand Finals, no doubt about that. This will mean that they booked their tickets into the next round. I do think that GIDS would have done the same as well, like booking the tickets. But we'll need to tabulate the scores again because it's really, really tight down there too. But for the difference between FaZe Clan got 4, the Infinity 1. So a difference of 3, 20-point difference. The Infinity is still at
There's a lot of calculation to be done here before we get into our very final game. Another 1,000 damage offered by Onsens with 6 elimination points. And I guess like he managed to get a lot of long distance catches. Other than that, it's just the rest of his squad basically wiping off the team with grenades and DBSs. We've seen probably all of it already. And Onsens definitely have saved the day with this 6-pointer.
Yeah, 6 elimination points, 1,000 damage. That is, we saw 1,000 before this, right? Somewhere during the earlier.
I think it's also by TEM.
Yeah, I think so as well. So there's 2 1,000s. Okay, this is where it all matters, right? So boom, GIDS, 26 points. They have to hold that GIDS too soon, and they get a chicken dinner with at least 27 points just to be safe. Don't want to talk about the what do you call that, the tiebreaker. But on the top, the difference is 17 points.
17 points to chase against the Infinity for the title. And the last I've seen a miracle run by any team was back when Orange Esports CG from Cambodia was playing. And they were from the wildcard region. To even get the spot here, you need to be at least, top 2 or top 4 of the wildcards. And then they were not really performing all too well, but all of a sudden on the final day of the Southeast Asia Championship, they got 2 or 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, and they find that last spot to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Grand Finals.
Yeah, I remember that crazy comeback for Orange Esports. That was insane back in the day. Now this is like the modern day. Fast forward 3 years? 4 years or so? Yeah, fast forward now we might see an insane play. But then again, it is as expected, right? It is down to the last game that it will still matter for these teams.
Exactly. One final game here in Erangel. And though DX got themselves that chicken dinner, they have already gotten that spot. So the biggest winner here, I think like we have two of them, TEM as well as BRU. Though BRU is kind of stuck in an awkward situation where they can't really get past FaZe Clan just about yet. But I'll definitely have to see if Buriram United pulls off crazy rounds out there. So Miracle runs, Cinderella stories. I wonder which one would it be.
Ooh, wow! I can't wait for the last round. Really, the bottom still, the bottom matters. The top matters as well. Boom Esports still can make me a boomer. Just putting it out there.
You can always be a boomer.
Yeah, I know I already am.
Yeah.
But I want to sign up as an official boomer if Boom Esports does it. So they need to. Well, one is them, right? They themselves need to put in that amazing performance. Second is that they kind of need to hope that GIDS goes out early.
Yeah, that's some of the hopes that they really have to bank onto it. So I'm not too sure if the final rounds will have any shenanigans, any upsets and upheavals overall. So this is where we have to basically go in with full focus and witness great glory by the end of it all. I think by now, a lot of all these teams have displayed to us their best capable moves, and even DX with that chicken dinner, they still have a great, astounding round. TEM, kudos to all of them, and most eliminations are actually coming from TEM for the past round. 666.
I do see. Well, if only it was 777, right? Then it's like what we call a lucky 7. But okay, I think it's 666. So that's kind of interesting. It's the first time we see that. And we have a 4-3-2. We don't have a 1.
We finally actually get these stats. Thank you very much, production team. Upon Sir Cloud's request, Mormon felt like he actually lobbed more than 4 grenades. Probably a lot more, but these are the 4 that hit. And same goes to SO and Onsens. It's just impressive how each one of them have banked in 6 pointers apiece.
Yeah, so it's a total of 9, as you can see on screen, but there could be more as well if only we calculated the last player, which is a Bevy. But yeah, maybe he got a couple of points out, so maybe like 1 or maybe 2 or something like that. But anyway, 9 eliminations through nades only. If you kind of think about it, right? That's almost like half the eliminations. That's like exactly half. And we haven't even counted Bevy yet.
That's right. Now the trend for today is Malaysia with 2 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners for Thailand. Vietnam have already gotten close to it by challenging TEM, and Boom Esports have gotten 1 for Indonesia. So who does this chicken dinner belong to? Let's find out all together as we are reaching the pinnacle of our PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia Championship 2022.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm just feeling the chills here, you know, like the last game matters for that #1 crown championship spot. The last game matters still for Boom Esports. Hope of a Cinderella run, hope of turning me into a boomer, and everyone else into a boomer as well. You gotta think about it. You sign up as a boomer, right?
Right. I think I'm definitely on the list already. I followed them on their social media.
Right.
I'm pretty sure you
you're
have
a
done
boomer.
so too.
Yeah.
In fact, I follow most of these teams out there, and of course, now we have been talking about predictions, and I think this is going to be our final prediction.
It is. Well, again, disclaimer, because we made the prediction before the show started. So I don't remember what I predicted. Do you?
I kind of remember.
Okay.
So we'll just wait for it to flash on our screen.
But that's not helping the conversation.
I know, but we have to wait for, you know, like...
You're not going to spoil it now?
Say, hey, time for us to see a winner, right? Like, so I think like the only 2 possibilities are between 2 teams: FaZe Clan, Infinity. And
oh yeah, you have to truly pick one. I know you picked FaZe Clan, right? Because you want to get your head shaved.
I actually voted for Infinity on the final round because I wanted things to be really.
Oh, so you did an Infinity back-to-back?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Though they may not have secured a back-to-back, but I think like it's kind of momentous, monumentous. If
monumentous.
Yeah. Well, like whatever the word is.
Okay.
Like
gigantus.
There is very low possibility for them to fail right now. Remember the time Dogma Esports was trying on a very specific final game in...
Oh, PMRC, right?
Yes, PMRC.
Okay, yeah.
What did Infinity do that time?
Well, they
hopped into Gakta, they
Correct.
found 2 takedowns, and they wiped out Nova Esports. What if they do this to FaZe Clan right now?
Wow, okay, big brain there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
show could be over.
Yeah.
But we still
Yeah.
have to see if Boom
Okay.
Esports can actually get points to qualify.
Yeah, even if that happens, and assuming in that multiverse, right? Like they do that and they eliminate FaZe Clan, we still have Boom and GIDS.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. But okay, or maybe another multiverse, right? We might see the Boom and GIDS first, and then that happens later.
That's actually
Yeah,
very interesting.
I just putting it all the possibilities, right? Like that could happen, that could happen. None of them could happen, or both of them could happen at the same time.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Then okay, show's over, guys. We can head off for supper and all that.
Well, not just yet, my friend. We still have one more game to go, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, there's a lot of nerves coming into some of the players that are contending for their own pride and glory. And I think like Thailand have shown us that they have all the right mentality and tenacity to basically groom a lot of all these players from their league. And they have just outclassed many of all these teams through the league. In the grand finals, they are showing up yet again. I definitely want to know what is that secret recipe that they had. Because, well, if we do get an interview with them, that would be something that I would definitely ask.
Yeah, I wonder who we'll get an interview with. Of course, it depends on the day's performance as well. That's why I noticed the trend, right? So, but looking at today's trend, like out of the teams that might get an interview, I think we might get Yoodo Alliance again.
Yeah, probably it, and I'm pretty sure that they'll be extremely happy with qualifying into the PUBG Mobile World Championship?
Global Championship for the first time.
Yeah, for the very, very first time. So I believe that we will have to wait for a little bit more, and then we'll come back to more matches. Our final matches.
Oh yeah, calm down. We're not going to a break, alright? Yeah. You're making it sound like we're going to a break. Yeah. But anyway, you talk about the prediction, right? So let's see if your memory serves you right. So
yep, there we go.
Okay, and of course, like we did talk about like Yoodo Alliance being one of the hot teams today. So there you go.
Yeah, and I did vote for them, and they managed to also get that chicken dinner early on. So I just really want to see every team out here who have played their hearts out for so many days to give that final stand, give it all they've got, and we just have a perfect time here in this round.
Yeah, this will be the final round. Okay, so all right, so this makes me curious. Right? So you did the prediction whereby you put in 2 infinities back to back. Why were you hesitant when I asked you about choose between the infinity and
I
FaZe
just
Clan?
want to do it for fun.
Oh,
you know,
for
like,
fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
like it's no fun if we're both voting for infinity at first.
Fair enough.
So I think like that was the suspense that we did get coming in from FaZe Clan. I think it's still on, but now advantage is on the hands of the infinity to close out this championship match point.
I'm still not letting that go, you know. I gave you the opportunity to choose the infinity of FaZe Clan first.
Don't worry.
And you hesitated.
We'll get to that.
I wonder why.
After the whole show.
Are you what in Malaysia we call lelang?
Lelang.
Oh, so it depends on which team wins, you will support that team. Jumper's not playing.
Jumper's not playing.
Yeah. But anyway, who's going to be playing? Of course, it's going to be the teams, and that's going to be the final round, ladies and gentlemen. This will determine that #1 spot, and maybe even Boom Esports Cinderella run from number 16 into PMGC. They need to depend on what happens to GIDS on the top. It's going to be the bout. It's going to be the fight between FaZe Clan as well as the Infinity, or maybe Yoodo Alliance. Let's go!
This is the moment that you all have been waiting for. It's time to find out who will be the one to lift the PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia Championship Trophy home. And all of this will start from the island of the Sunavska military base. First, I do like myself a little bit of projection of the island. So far, I think we've talked so much about move Esports? Can they handle the heat? Can they beat these teams above them to secure that final slot? But now, down to championship matchup to determine is it FaZe Clan or Infinity.
Ooh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Okay, this is... I'm feeling all jittery right now. Okay, so of course, what's going to be important is going to be Circle. The flight path is still kind of manageable, but like what you said, right? Crashes could happen in the final round. So I'm keeping my eye on to the Infinity. Are they still going to drop around the areas of Milta, like what they normally do? Or what are they going to do? So far, it looks like Milta is going to be their destination, so no hard drops yet.
Yeah, it's also very interesting that we're looking at GB. It's going to be really, really close to players of the Infinity. And most often than not, we see them by the Lord Noya, but since the area is taken up, so that's where they might have plans for the Infinity itself. I'm trying to catch where exactly is FaZe Clan. Can't really spot them through my eyes. I don't have eyes of an eagle. And it will be very interesting because usually they drop into Treasure Pole. And this is no access for FaZe Clan. And there we go. Just across the river.
Yeah, the moment you mention it, yeah. They show up. So FaZe Clan, oh, by the way as well, it's going to be the final push as well for Tony K and Newsy to get the FMVP. Looking at the stats, thank you so much for production, just as we were talking about it. So Tony K contributed 44.6% of the eliminations. It feels like just basing out of this, Tony K seems to be at the forefront. And also that's, but then again, that's percentage of the eliminations out of the team.
Yeah.
The Infinity, oh man, the math is killing me right now. But then again, the Infinity, they got way more eliminations than FaZe Clan, despite having lesser percentage for Newsy. Maybe in a absolute number, he still has more than Tony K.
Yeah, this is quite the race for the title of FMVP. Well, speaking of race, we got 4 rivals going on face with Ego Esports. Time to party.
Oh, time to party. Starting off with April, taking on Namshin. 4 rivals not stopping yet. They know they have the M16. So that's where they're going to take that advantage. Now, Namshin, no way for him to be picked up. And they're just going to have a good time getting this first blood. April, yeah, calm down, April.
I just love that Namshin is still trying to find angles to hide, but there's not much space for him to crawl. So, crawling back to the lobby, he goes. Namshin so far have played for more than 4 years in PUBG Mobile, if I even counted correctly. And it's great to have seen him basically represent Vietnam once again with Ego Esports.
Yeah. A lot of players from Ego Esports, they're actually really, really veteran. Like, let's not forget about Chua as well.
F1.
F1's really veteran. If I'm not mistaken, F1 used to play with Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And yeah, a couple of these players from Xavier, right? Yeah, but oh, wait a second. Tony K knocked down. Oh, no.
Oh, my word. SLD!
SLD could be the hero for the Infinity.
Not like this, FaZe Clan.
No!
Have like a knocked out. There's almost no possibility now for FaZe Clan to chase up without these players. The top fragger on his knees, and there's no help available. SLD have crushed FaZe Clan's dream of securing that #1 spot.
SLD, they pretty much have no business. No business. MR5, last man, no vehicle, not stocked up at all. We can see that he only has a level 1 vest, no first aids. Oh no, this is a disaster for FaZe Clan.
Who would have thought that it could end up in such a fashion? SLD, 16 seed here in the grand finals, takes out all 3 members, including the top fragger of the team. And I think they need emotional healing.
Almstar is going to give it to them. He has a lot of that.
If he's in the team, of course.
If he is, but yeah, maybe they can just go hang out after this. I'm not too sure how far are they from each other physically. But Total throws you. So Mela is at the forefront, and 2 players from TEM Entertainment joining in.
Yeah, and looking at TEM, they have definitely shown us how they usually close rounds. They stock up a lot of grenades. They don't use it prematurely in these early rounds of the phase for those battles. And once they do win a couple of fights, they will be able to continue to restock. And now Newsy overtakes Tony K by only 1 point, and Tony K is already out of the race.
I know it's slightly early, but as far as I recall, we do not have a 2-time Southeast Asia champion yet.
Right.
Right?
It has been passed around from every single season. The Infinity has won it before. Other than the Infinity, I think like there's quite the number of at least a name. The most recent one being the X. Back in time when their players were known as Archeo Athena has gotten one. BTR?
Even have they gotten a double Southeast Asia before?
It feels
BTR?
like they have been able to achieve quite the accomplishment, but I will definitely have to fact check
Yeah,
on
we need
that.
to fact check that. I know that it's a lot of history because it's been many years, and even in a single year you have like 2 Southeast Asia championships, and then you have multiple PMPLs and whatever whatnot, PMCOs and whatever whatnot, all in between. But we need to fact check that. But the Infinity, I would say pretty much for sure that if they will be champions, I'm not ruling them out totally just yet. They will be the first Thai team to get 2 chicken dinners. 2 championships.
2 championship.
Right. Yeah.
That could be the very great possibility that it will happen. And Bacon Time, they are moving rather quickly into the circle. There will be no hindrance whatsoever for the Thai team overall. So far today, I think like they've been able to put quite amount of significant points where we've seen Bacon Time slide from 4th place to 7th and all the way back up. That's due to the fact that this whole Southeast Asia bout has been so competitive.
Speaking of competitiveness, right? Okay, so I'm trying to wrap my head around the possibility of Yoodo Alliance and Buriram United to catch that number 1 spot too.
They're both tied at 207, and therefore they need about...
They have a difference of 27 points with the Infinity. Okay,
27.
yeah, 27. I mean, on an average wise, we do see like 25 points maybe, 25 points or a little bit lesser.
27 is kind of pushing it.
Yeah, it's pushing it. And we must consider the fact that the Infinity can still collect points.
Yeah.
Unless they're totally out.
Honestly, Infinity just need like 5 points. Not that hard to do.
Yeah. 5 points for the Infinity is not hard.
It's like a walk in the park for them right now. TEM though, remember they closed that first round? 18 points, and they were latecomers to the scene, and still gotten that many apiece. So we'll see. Would there be some form of anomaly? Well, I still think that it's kind of hard for FaZe Clan, or I mean, FaZe Clan is already out of the picture. If you ask me, Yoodo Alliance, BRU, I would still count it out for now. I'm thinking of hopes for PUBG Esports instead.
Okay, yeah. To be honest, I have a lot more interest at the bottom right now. I feel that that's a little bit more exciting because Boom is performing. We're not denying that. GIDS has been slipping a little bit. So let's see if they can really catch up. But now let's focus on the fight where Bacon Time is going up against the Eagles.
Bacon Time making it swift, but they did have Shirties dropped out. 4 rivals now spotted out from quite the distance. Noisy will have insight that they are leaving the area of play. A lot of players over on the shooting range predicting that it will be lightning striking twice across the region, but it's never going to be the case. They will have to rotate eventually, and 4 rivals on the mark. Appy haven't been able to find anything at all. He tries to drive through all stall and still survive.
Oh, Appy. Okay, he's cool. But no, he's not cool.
He lost the tire.
Not cool. You lost the front tire, it's fine. But you lost the back tire. Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, I don't think he will be able to move all too far. He will just have to fend off for himself for the time being. But Boris does get a little bit more of a damage done towards ISIS. Bacon Time. Have a 2-2 split going on, and 4 rivals already soaking a little bit more of a damage. I think there is good likelihood that both sides will still survive through the shooting range.
Yeah, they should be able to. I can't imagine that the the choke points onto the main peninsula is closed off. So they should be okay. But it also depends on how long they want to take the fight inside of the zone right now. So far, both teams kind of balance, but 4 Rivals is still taking out the blue for some reason.
And I think like they can just basically play for time until the next phase appears. I definitely would love to take a peek at the current phase 2 to see where exactly we are headed. So, Yummy tries to land a couple of taps with a Mini 14. Quick moving vehicles are really hard to hit, especially on that 8 times where you need to predict a little bit more of that bullet drop. But Yummy, I think we've seen a lot from the team. Boom Esports still needing to fight for their chance.
Recalculating back. So Boom Esports 26 points with GIDS. They have to first hope that GIDS gets eliminated early. I think that is the first criteria. If GIDS still survives until a top 5 and Boom is in the top 5, and that wouldn't make any difference, they will still be out. But then again, speaking of a team that could be out, Buriram United seems to be in trouble. Boom! They cannot afford to lose any player at all.
Quick U-turn coming in. Bubble Who gets into safety for the time being. Buriram United now lurking around the skill compound. That's going to be the edge of the phase 2 circle. BRU just played rather slowly, while Boom Esports, they're not too phased at all, where Buriram United will just go in for quick rotations. 59 players still on board, 1 point coming in for Bacon Time much earlier. And Alter Ego and NFT, they have never left the island, but they're about to reach onshore. But look at Geek Fam.
But Wonder Circle, Alter Ego still at the southern, at bridge, right? So now Geek Fam is playing the gatekeeping role at the bridge. I think by now, Alter Ego would have PTSD with Geek Fam, if you ask me.
Yeah, there's too many times that they've been meeting against each other, and we're taking a look at the south side. We have Infinity, GD, Boom Esports on the eastern side. There's a lot of important teams that are lurking around the southern region.
Okay, here we go. Looks like Alter Ego is just going to go for it. They don't really have a choice right now. If they go through to the left, they might not have enough utilities to reset themselves. But Geek Fam seems to be disinterested with trying to gatekeep Alter Ego, so, well, Alter Ego's going to be okay.
Yeah, things are looking mighty fine for Geek Fam. They secure a couple of chicken dinners by now. And we've definitely seen a lot of great stuff. That same includes Rebel Boy here with a takedown. Yoodo Alliance, they make their first move, but this is about to be stolen away by DX, but thankfully Rebel got it back.
Okay. Yoodo Alliance, I mean, slim chance for the championship together with Buriram United, but they wouldn't mind collecting points along the way just to keep their hopes up. But of course, they need to depend on the Infinity to drop out as well. Looking at the circle, looking at normally how they will rotate into it, they will play it very, very safely. They might play by the rim of the circle. Speaking about the Infinity, we do see them right now, and because of their current condition, I don't think they will be interested to take that many fights.
That's true. Meanwhile, Alan playing on the knife's edge by the top of the roof. His team has got him covered. And I'm just trying to understand the initial frags coming in. SLD, do they usually drop in that compound?
For SLD,
time to time, yeah.
Time to time, yeah. And plus, at that point when they're there, it's already when they rotated.
Yeah, they've already had a little bit more loot, and that was an immense breakdown.
Correct. If it's past like the 2nd or 3rd minute when they landed into a compound, normally their regular drop spot, that's when they are already ready to move. Normally it's like that. So they could have gone from one location to another, so they happened to be in the way of FaZe Clan, and they just took advantage of it. I mean, they wouldn't know who is rotating in front of them, right? To be fair.
Yeah. Overall, it was just great catches coming from SLD to open the round here with 3-pointers. Lukev sees a little bit more movement coming from the team that we've just been talking about. Smep, as well as the rest of SLD, will be hunting inside. Many of all these walls, straps now will follow along the ride with the rest of Vampire Esports. I wonder if it's going to end up directly in the middle of Gatka, or could it swerve back to Pachinki?
Oh, goes up. But speaking about middle, right? The Infinity and FaZe Clan MR5, they were just next to each other, pretty much. It's quite a distance, I understand that, but from our view, they're next to each other. MR5 now face a risk with GIDS passing by beside him. If he goes down, that is it. End game, no opportunity at all. Although it's still slim right now, but that gives 0% for them for the championship. But it's going to start right now. The fight between Alter Ego and the Infinity.
Nuzi finding a little bit of damage, but not enough to help Mela out. Is currently on the ground. Nuzi's going to be quite far away, but he still lands so much attacks onto players of Alter Ego. He gets one. Can he get another one in the back? And they're just trying to regroup in the shack. This is great time for Infinity to strike.
Oh, yeah, the Infinity, just look at how they reset themselves. Mela will be taken out, though. Gatuni with a nade tossing onto the side of Alter Ego. It could land. One nade could rule them all. And one nade does rule them all. Two of them down. Snipes is going to steal it away.
My goodness gracious, Nuzi with a double frag. And he's been tagging and tagging. He's not even able to go in for the rescue. He's trying to squeeze this final bullet onto Renari, and it will be a done deal for Alter Ego.
Oh, it's interesting to see that how Nuzi's not being punished for his over PK, but never mind about that. Anyway, he managed to get a knockdown.
And overall, that was a little too feisty coming in from the rest of Infinity. Now we see many of all these teams taking plays all across the flat ground surface. Infinity relying on smokes, but here comes Yuhai.
Oh, Yuhai. Okay, so now Nuzi is the last man standing. The Infinity, two of their players is out at this moment, but yet it looks like he won't be able to secure more than those eliminations. But hang on a second, Nuzi's going in for it. If he could pick them up, they could reset.
I'm not too sure if he does have enough utilities, though. Palmy now spots out Yuhai from quite the distance. He's tapping into the smoke, somehow getting a little bit of damage done. Now Infinity taking a really risky move to be on the streets, and that's where they will have to have that perfect setup. Thankfully, Nuzi, he has plenty of stocks of smoke.
Oh man, look at the recovery from the Infinity. They are like the Walking Dead. What does it take to take them down?
Well, 2 squats, 3 squats, I think 10 squats, they will still find a way to get into the final circle. And Infinity, that was a masterful performance coming from Nuzi, and this is why we have seen him to be the top performer in the league.
Okay, now the Infinity, somehow they managed to reset to a trio. My goodness. And FaZe Clan, MR5 is taking out the blue. Officially, they could be out soon.
And I think like there's mathematically no possibility for them, and there's more fights going on in the outskirts. These Indonesian teams are having a little bit of a tough moment. Boom Esports, they lose one vehicle. How are they supposed to rotate?
Oh no. And the other vehicles is...
How did it move up there?
How did it move up there? Exactly. And it's going to be hard for them to take it down. And plus they'll be pressured by Blue. And now Boom will be pressured by Buriram United. If Buriram United eliminates Boom, that will be it. The hopes and dreams of going to PMPC will need to wait.
And that's 2 members being taken down by C-Sky only. We still have Razy over the back, trying to heal up. I believe that will be the final player left for Boom Esports.
MR5! MR5 is out! This is official. FaZe Clan will not be able to catch up, but Yoodo Alliance as well as Buriram United can still maybe catch up.
There is a huge possibility out there. Boom Esports, you see Razy on a tough drive, hitting directly into the middle. How much smoke does he have? How much can he pull out of this magic hat? There's still many of these teams coming in for the picture, and TEM tries to vanquish the rest of Vampire Esports. Traps for the damage.
Oh, Bomber will not take no for an answer. He'll counterfire onto the side of Bias, and he'll pick up his teammate at the same time. Onzen keeps cover fire too. Onzen together with Bomber, they need to pick up their teammate quickly. SOZip is still down.
TEM. They have a little bit more of a wiggle room here to slowly cut into the circle. Needing to deal with the rest of VP. Even GD just trapped in. BRU will stop all these teams on their track. And this is not the first Indonesian team that they have been dealing with.
Okay, Still tries to get away. Still needs to survive because they know that whatever happens, they cannot go out before Boom. Because as long as Boom is still alive, there's still a slight possibility that they might be overtaken. And now the Infinity, they're coming in. The Infinity managed to eliminate another team, but Boom is out. Boom is out. That means PMGC slots have been secured.
And of course, that is for GID, but the fight still remains. Logan now on the last end, Wolf, he dropped. Uzi now going for a refrag, jumping into the ditch. Let's see whether he can basically close this one out, and he does land a tap. My goodness gracious, Infinity survives to tell the tale, and they will fight on True Gatka Hill.
Focusing on the 4 rivals right now, the Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals crash into Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance is out. That means the slimmest hope and possibility now lies on the Buriram United.
Buriram United have 1 member down, 4 rivals getting tagged by TEM as well. Just look at how many more Thai teams are still on the block. Same goes to Indonesia. EX have gotten 5 frags in the past 20 minutes. Mormon drives forward. He will spot out the rest of 4 rivals. And there's only 1 member that's healthy, and that's Abby.
Oh, Onzen sprays on the 4 rivals. Who's happened to be on the other side. A4 maybe finish off. And now we see that Kingzo tries to take on the opponents on the other side as well. 5 elimination points for TEM Entertainment. They're not stopping yet.
From United, we have been able to at least secure quite the area of play. They are just man-marking onto 4 rivals who is slowly running out of resources as they utilize so many smoke grenades. Meanwhile, NFT Esports, they're being surprised. Oh my goodness, Newsy's out.
Newsy's down, but they have 1 player still active left. Onzen goes in, and Onzen eliminates 4 rivals. That is it. The campaign is over. Number 7, 5 elimination points in this round. The Infinity still have 1 player. Buriram United still in this.
And take a look at that. TEM, they got 7 elimination points. They can eventually overtake Yoodo Alliance, who's no longer in the game. They've already secured 1 ticket here previously, and it could be their back-to-back win to make it into the podium finish. Kangzo now coming to tap, and so it will not survive.
Oh, beautiful hit there coming from Kingzo. And the Infinity's out at number 6, 5 elimination points, but not going to be a problem for them. I believe that they are the champions right now, but before we announce that, putting focus on the Buriram United, securing those elimination points. 8 now in the bag for Buriram.
The X with the most number advantage, they will be taking the direct center stage of the circle. This is a very familiar scene for the rest of Buriram United, but all of them are playing by the flag down here. A little bit more of a towel grasp for some of these players of the X to hide out. Frankie is marking onto the corners of the map, but not being able to find anything at all. They see C-Sky only. Rabbis going with a chance. 1 more time will do.
Oh, these Avian, the only team in the full squad at this moment, and they do have the circle as well. NFT, the last player, is in the circle. That's going to be Sorvel, but Onzen is going to spray onto D-Xavier. D-Xavier, they still survive the spray from TEM Entertainment.
Bevy. One out. Frankie trying to dump over onto the haystack. He will be able to survive. Now advantage back to the X. TEM have stole their glory in the past round, and it's the similar top 3 that we're getting from the past game.
Oh, Bevy with M4 spots D-Xavier on the other side. Bevy, these Rabbits immediately goes down, and it's going to be Onzen securing that elimination point. Now they have even up the manpower, and now D-Xavier trying to trade it back. Kingzo is still alive, 50% health, but Kingzo is played by the edge of the circle. At the same time, they have 1 player on the outside as well for the side of D-Xavier.
T-Sky only playing so tactically with the rest of BRU. They're waiting for the next phase to appear, and Frankie is still hunting out TEM. They're slowly getting crushed. Not much that Onzen to basically reply with, and there we go. Tap after tap, and Bevy's out.
Oh, Frankie managed to get 1 for himself. And now we have Duke moving in. Can Duke spot out the rest of Buriram United? Right now, we have 1 player from TEM Entertainment. He could be the kingmaker in this fight.
It could be the case. Onzen's on the path to be able to take down 7 or 6 players out there. C-Sky only will get a knock onto Frankie. 1 more attack is all it takes to actually exhaust them. And they get it.
And it is Kingzo securing the elimination onto D-Xavier. They will be out at number 9. Number 3 with 9 eliminations, but it's going to be 10 for Buriram United. Unstoppable.
You did predicted Buriram United earlier today, and they may just be the ones that cross the finish line, but
okay.
He's about to celebrate already. This is the last dance between 2 of these Thai teams. We've already gotten ourselves a victor. of the whole championship, but we're finding our final chicken dinner.
Well, there you go. Buriram United will take on the final chicken dinner and our PMPL Southeast Asia Championship final, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I believe we have crowned our champion, but we will make the official announcement shortly. For now, we will rejoice. Buriram United taking home the final chicken dinner.
Quite the masterclass of long-range battles coming into GATCA, and BRU have done it again yesterday with 2 chicken dinners, and now, once again, reigning supreme as they have been able to conquer many of all these angle maps. And let's take a look into the highlights before we officiate anything for now. This was that moment where SLD have sealed the fate of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it was too early for FaZe Clan. They didn't even have an opportunity to fight. Even MR5 wasn't looted up. He didn't have a vehicle. They didn't even have a chance.
And I've definitely brought up the point that flight path does not allow members of FaZe Clan to be able to get into the city that they want to, but they could always opt for another plan. They didn't basically do any of that. They just take vehicles and left off, and that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing if you don't have plan B, right, for yourself. Oh man, but SLD, I can imagine like if they have like social media to banter with each other, I can imagine like FaZe Clan would have been like, you know what, SLD, I'll remember you for the rest of my life.
Upset for days, for sure. But TEM though, I think like 2 rounds in a row, they have been so impressive. Though it was 1 player only, he put up quite a fight, and C-Sky only, I think, will be able to do quite a significant number by the end of the round. Kenzo has gotten a lot of headshots as well, and by then, BRU gets the final chicken dinner of the PMPL SEA Championship Grand Finals.
And not to mention as well, we have TEM Entertainment inside the charts together with Xavier and NFT Esports in it too. But Buriram United, what a game this is. This is actually a very good game from Buriram United. A lot of open space, but they managed to deal with it. And they managed to deal with a lot of teams actually getting into the circle at the same time. And they prioritize well.
That's true, and of course, with great prioritization, you'll be able to seek your way out for a chicken dinner of your own. Let's now add the points altogether. 27 points for Buriram United at number 1, 20 points for TEM, and there's just
not enough.
Not enough for Boom Esports with that 6-pointer.
And not enough for Buriram United to miraculously take out the Infinity from that number 1 spot. So Divinity 9 minus 27. 27 minus 9. Yeah, that's like what, 18? So yeah, it's definitely not going to be that. Is 18 correct? Yeah, my math is killing me right now. Yeah, it's just too many numbers. But
don't worry. I think like we've spent the whole day calculating. Even from yesterday, we have got calculations of our own. Like how?
Oh yeah, it's 18. Yeah.
Yep, 18 should be the right number. But look at this. We got 6 for Kangzo.
It's been a long time since we see Kangzo as the MVP. Former player of Secret Jin. Right now, he is back. 1,273 damage, 6 elimination points. Fairly balanced all around. If you can see, MVP points, 6.6. Distance, not too bad as well, 204. 42% team contribution. Above average for all the elements.
That's right. And with that being said, let's add all the points together. And let's celebrate the Infinity as your champions for the PMPL SEA Championship.
And besides that as well, welcome Buriram United, FaZe Clan, TEM Entertainment, Yoodo Alliance, GIDS onto the 2022 PMGC League, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much to Boom Esports, NFT Esports, Ego Esports, and SLD for playing with us. Hope to see you again next season.
That's right, and GD, I think on this very final round, they've been able to finally clutch it as they put back 183 points on the board. And Boom Esports, I think like there was too much pressure going on. They were on the outskirts, getting tagged out as well. But here are our champions.
Oh
the
my
Infinity.
Goodness. The Infinity, now officially 2-time Southeast Asia champions. Congratulations to the Infinity. What a run it has been for them. Lots of ups and downs, lots of challenge from other teams, but they stand tall. They deserve this championship, the Infinity and beyond.
The Infinity have been able to conquer all of these maps And even with FaZe Clan chasing upon them, it looks like another day's work in the league itself. And many teams have tried and tested it. DX could not hold on to the throne. And look at how they've been able to start this grand finals run to remain at the top for most part. There is no other contender, and we'll see them in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Yeah, we'll definitely see them without a doubt. And they'll be coming in with the red carpet as the champions of Southeast Asia. The Infinity is just one of a kind. Oh my goodness. I mean, now I'm wondering, like, okay, so we have a couple of awards as well. We have the individual award. We also have the MVP award as well. So do keep an eye on that. Newsy or Tony K? I have a feeling it's going to be Newsy.
It has to be Newsy by now. The way that he has played throughout many of all these games, he could basically sold out many of all these players. And now, let's take a look once again on the qualification system, where some of the teams have already had invitations to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So we start off here with Vampire Esports, who have won the PMWI. And from Indonesia, it's Evo Esports and Bigatron Red Aliens. Thailand, we've got the Infinity, as well as Bacon Time. Malaysia, Geek Fam, as well as Four Rivals. And from Vietnam, DX and Box Gaming.
And of course, from the grand finals of the Southeast Asia Championship, we have Buriram United, FaZe Clan, TEM Entertainment, Yoodo Alliance, and GIDS. FaZe Clan, they missed out on the previous Southeast Asia Championship, but when they come back in strong, and they come back in with that opportunity to move on to PMGC as well. Congratulations to all our teams here. We'll see them very, very soon. But outer Ego LIMAX, they have a little bit of a fast track slot. They will be playing straight into the PMGC finals.
That is definitely that golden ticket that they managed to achieve. Outer Ego will be seeing everybody else, and they will be able to even study every other team out there. We see great consistency from this team, and they will definitely impress everyone around the world.
Oh, the season MVP goes to Newsy from the Infinity, and he has overtaken Tony K for that FMVP spot. 2.2 MVP points as the final calculation for Newsy, and this is also his second time getting the season MVP in the Southeast Asia Championship stage.
Looks like Newsy's hand will be pretty much full with trophies and accolades from all these games that he has spent so much time, and it all paid off. Big prize money, a lot of golden trophies, 163 eliminations, and he has also bested Tony K. Let's also see the individual awards here, as we got the Gunslinger title still belonging to FaZe Clan Tony K.
Oh, but majority of the players coming from the Infinity. We have the top survivor Mormon, and we have the top medic, which is Logan, Eagle Eye, Daybot. No one's gonna take that away from him. And Newsy, the grenade master. They will take home a piece of the money each and everyone as an extra little bit of a bonus.
That's right. For all the hard work and determination, they definitely do deserve a special break before they head over to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship round. And I do believe that we are just about to hit off for our closer. What a night it has been through the weekend, and we have finally seen the true champions of Southeast Asia.
Captain Jack Newsy, they say, my goodness. But then again, at least Tony K still gets something. It was a tough race between the two of them for that individual award, but Tony K is still the top gunslinger in our Southeast Asia Championship as well. So congratulations to all these winners. They all go home with something of their own at least. And we'll be seeing most of them in the PMGC happening very, very soon.
That's right. Of course, we definitely have to thank all of you guys out there that have been joining us. But before we even go, we still have a special interview here with Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance on to PMGC. Congratulations, Yoodo Alliance. It will be your first outing on to PMGC. How you guys feeling? Bagaimana perasaan korang semua dapat jadi salah satu wakil daripada Malaysia dekat PMGC?
Untuk perasaan kita orang rasa teruja and bangga lah dengan diri sendiri, tapi kita orang hanya mampu untuk capai top 5 je, tapi kita orang akan buat baik untuk PMGC nanti.
Alright, so they're feeling proud of their performance and they will do their best during the PMGC later on.
Exactly, and of course, I see that Sultan's also joining us here with the interview.
Salah super ni.
Yeah, so you've been friends with them and also you've been watching their growth. I need you to also express like the emotion once the final game has completed and now you guys are all in the global rounds.
Pertama sekali sebagai tim underdog, of course kita orang rasa sangat-sangat gembira dah sampai ke tahap global. Sebelum ni mungkin first season kita orang tak dapat pergi C, second season kita orang dapat pergi C, third season kita orang dapat pergi ke global. So kat situ kita orang ada improvement lah yang kita orang berjaya untuk dapatkan, dan benda tu kita orang sangat-sangat bersyukur lah kepada Allah. Selain benda tu, kalau ikut dengan perasaan diorang, saya rasa waktu Liga memang banyak benda lah. Kita orang try and error, eksperimen, jadi, tak jadi. So benda-benda tu semua kita orang take note sama-sama. Lepas tu dekat grand final ni kita orang datang dengan satu konklusi yang sangat-sangat mantap untuk kita orang perform 3 hari ni.
Sebab Sultan pun caster juga, jadi dia ada tanggungjawab untuk translate apa dia cakap tadi.
Saya tak dibayar hari ini.
Oh, itu pula. Okay, I have to summarize because it's really, really long, right? But in summary is
TLDR.
the TLDR is that at one season they didn't make it to C, another season they make it to C, and now another season they make it to PMGC. So yeah, it's been an amazing run for Yoodo Alliance, basically. Yeah. So okay, all right. So some of your players, okay. So I want to hear from Sultan, right? So some of your players, you actually groom it internally. You guys have this this thing or this system whereby you groom talent internally and they'll be working out. What is your secret sauce to grooming talent, these players, Sultan?
Selalunya saya develop player memang daripada basic, daripada kira benda-benda yang kecil pun saya akan remind diorang berkali-kali sampailah ke benda-benda besar. Even dari segi live pun banyaklah. Saya rasa sebenarnya segala-galanya bukan datang daripada game je. Kadang-kadang diorang punya relationship dekat luar, macam kita orang selalu buat pergi makan sama-sama, buat aktiviti sama-sama, mancing repo seorang. Lepas tu kita orang solat sama-sama. So benda-benda tu secara tak langsung membantu jugalah diorang untuk comms dengan lebih bagus dekat dalam game. And seterusnya capai apa yang kita orang ingin capaikan.
Dia saja jawab panjang-panjang sebab kita susah nak translate. But anyway, okay. So what Sultan said is that he always looks at the basic things from the small things, especially on their relationship. They go eat together. They go rapper boy fishing alone, but the rest of the things they do together. They go and pray together as well. So this indirectly also helps them to create a communication that is good, and that is how he brought them up from the beginning up until where they are now. But anyway, thank you so much to Yoodo Alliance. Congratulations again. Special shout out dekat Olio. I've seen you daripada dulu lagi, Olio. Dah nampak Olio daripada dulu lagi. Special shout out kat Olio. Anyway, thank you so much Yoodo Alliance. See you guys in the future. All the best for the PMGC. Wow.
Such a happy ending for the team that has worked so hard. And like Sultan did say, this was an underdog team. Years ago, they've tried and tried and tried. They finally get that golden ticket to go challenge the very best in the world. And who knows, they might just be the best in the world.
Yeah, who knows, right? But of course, they will be going up against the best of the best teams in the world as well. And it's definitely not going to be an easy feat, but it's going to be an exciting experience for these players. Can you imagine, like, Shamil is only as of age to play the Southeast Asia Championship?
And hold it out so well. Like, there's no jitteriness. We see him going for great takedown sprays. He does it all, and there's such a bright future ahead for the players here in Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, but looks like that will be all from us, ladies and gentlemen. And before we wrap up the show, of course, we would like to take a moment. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone behind the scenes as well. The production is working super hard. Thank you so much, Contra, Choo Choo, Pash Money for being with us throughout this journey as well. And also our Barca Malaysia colleagues. I think we'll be asked to wrap up the show very, very soon. I'll pass the mic to you as well.
Well, I believe that you guys have been able to spend a lot of time with us here in the English broadcast. We always appreciate you. And even if you're tuning in for the first time to catch the glimpse of the championship, well, all kudos to you to make all this possible. But without the help of all of our partners, this will not be made available too. And we have to thank official smartphone partners Realme, official livestream partner TikTok, and not forgetting official food delivery partner GrabFood. They have been there since the start of our journey.
Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll be seeing you in the future, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with Contra, I won't be needing this anymore, and we'll see you in the future tournaments. Bye!